conference, and I hope you had a lovely evening yesterday or a nice journey to this conference, this Centro Congresso Biotecnologie Avanzate. And this morning I have the honor to open the first session. And I feel really honored to speak and to open this session. And this is a question and answer session. We will try to talk for an hour, or we'll see, as long as we will have the saturation of data like in qualitative research. And this morning we have we're going to meet the editors, which is an important thinking about all of us. Probably we want to publish article, or we publish already article. We have seen how maybe long or short is the process, or how important it is for nursing to have our research published and to be visible, to be able to share also with each other our research results with a nice journal. So we have three editors and three really high level. How can I say high level academics? Higher level academics. And I read a tweet yesterday of Georgina. She said, I was so humbled to be with this powerhouse sitting in here. I feel the same. And so I negotiate with them because I was thinking about to introduce them, their bio, but I cannot really. To introduce themselves, I will just say briefly your name, and then you can decide who's gonna speak first. Maybe Anne, because you're yeah, let's do it. And so we have here today Professor Anne Gallagher, Editor-in-Chief of Nursing Ethics, Professor Fiona Timmins, Journal of Nursing Management, and Professor Roger Watson, Editor-in-Chief of Nurse Education in Practice. Good morning.
Okay, good morning, colleagues, and thank you, Enrico. So Anne Gallagher, Editor-in-Chief of Nursing Ethics. Maybe that's since 2009. I did a presentation yesterday, but I know not everyone was there. So maybe that's all I need to say my name for now. Do you want me to say a little bit more?
Yeah, maybe
a bit more. Okay.
The trajectory, how you get to.
Yeah. Okay. So just a little bit more. So nursing ethics, I feel very fortunate. I have 3 associate editors. So I have an associate editor who covers Asia and the South, and that's Robert Jago. I have an associate editor in Canada who covers North America and South America, indeed. That's Elizabeth Peter, who cannot be with us at this conference. And then I have an associate editor in Europe at Settimio Monteverde. So just very quickly, when we get submissions, nursing ethics has got a very healthy submission rate. Every week we get at least 20 submissions, at least. And as an editor-in-chief, I do the first sifting, and sometimes the articles submitted are not appropriate. They're not about nursing ethics, so those are quite straightforward. And then I have to make a judgment call as to whether it's suitable, if it may be suitable for publication. And then if I think it may be, I pass on to one of the associate editors. And then there's another decision-making point there. So the associate editors decide if it's good enough for review. And we have to be very, very careful as an editorial team not to send articles for review that are unsuitable, that are of low quality, because our reviewers are very, very precious and their time is very valuable. So we have to make, so those 2 decision points, the first sifting comes to me, and as I said, I would then reject those that are just not suitable for the journal. They're out of scope, they're the design of low quality, and then I pass on to the associate editors and they make the second decision. If the article is of good enough quality, if it's within scope, then one of the associate editors then will send it for review. And the process with nursing ethics is every article goes for 2 reviews and sometimes 3. And that is a challenge at this time because academics are very, very busy, of course. So what we try and do is, say if we get an article on moral distress from Brazil, we would try and, we need the expertise in the topic. So we would look at we have a database search. So we'd look at, we usually know, because we've been around such a long time, we usually know who the experts in moral distress are. So we need the expertise in the topic as the first thing. And then we try and have the second reviewer, we try and have a second reviewer from that part of the world, say from the Americas, for example. So we try and hit those two things. But clearly all reviewers for nursing ethics have expertise in nursing ethics, of course, that is very necessary. And then we give the reviewers a deadline. And one of the challenges in nursing ethics is, and my associate editors would say the same, is sometimes a reviewer will say yes, and then they don't deliver. That is an ethical matter. So I would say if any of you are invited to review for nursing ethics, if you cannot do it, say no. Because if you say yes and then don't deliver, that delays the editorial process. And then authors get very anxious, of course. So I think that's one of our challenges, finding reviewers and finding reviewers that deliver, finding reviewers that deliver a good quality review. So if all goes well and we get 2 reviews back by the deadline, then the associate editor will look at the reviews and make the first decision. Sometimes the reviews differ greatly. So for example, you might have a judgment that one reviewer says accept and one says major amendments or even reject. They can be that different. And if we have that situation, we then go to a third reviewer, a third expert reviewer. That's how we work. So then we might have 3 reviews. The first decision-making point, again, when the reviews come back, is the associate editor. The associate editor will then make the first decision. He will look at the reviews, or she, and decide, is this good enough for revision, or should we reject? And then they come back to me with their recommendation, and then I make the final decision. And we go back to the authors, and then give them the opportunity to review the article. And then when the article comes back, some journals do this, and we might hear from my colleagues, some journals go out for review again. We don't do that. We make the decision in the editorial board whenever the author responds to the reviews. And a very important point, whenever people with nursing ethics, we expect 2 things whenever the authors come back with their revisions, if they're doing revisions. One is we expect a table, so they respond to each of the reviewers' comments, and they don't always do that, and then I have to go back and say, you need to submit a table or a letter saying how you've responded to every one of the reviewers' comments, because, what is the point? We need to, that's why we have reviews, so we take seriously their comments. And then the author will respond to each, and we also ask them to track the changes on the article. So that's roughly the process, and then when it comes back, then it's up to the editorial team, myself and the associate editors, to look at the responses, and then we decide has the author responded adequately to the reviewer's comments, and if not, we might go back to the author again and say, no, this is not satisfactory. It's not usual to reject an article after revisions. It's not usual. But sometimes we do if the author has not responded sufficiently to the reviewer's comments. So that's roughly the process for nursing ethics, and I think we're in a very privileged position. We do now reject. I think the submission acceptance rate is about 20%. So we're very, very lucky that we have so many submissions, and we can be quite selective, and that's very good. And also SAGE has something called SAGE Path. So if it's an article that's out of scope, that's not quite right for the journal, we can then refer the authors on. That's totally optional and voluntary, of course, but it means it's not just a rejection with nothing. What I try and do as well, and I'm sure other colleagues do the same, if an article is not suitable, so for example, we might get a lot of articles on education, or maybe it's oncology or whatever, I might say, and sometimes I look up journals, and so when I reject, I say, this article is interesting, it's not suitable for nursing ethics, but you might like to try maybe Rogers' journal, and nurse education and practice, or you might, it's more suitable for an oncology journal or whatever. So we try and be helpful as an editor. And I should say I'm following on from my predecessor, Verena Chudin, was a very, I would say, compassionate editor, and she was always very, very helpful to authors, and we try and follow that tradition in nursing ethics as best we can. So I think that's all from nursing ethics in terms of our process, and very happy to take questions later on. I'll pass over to Roger now.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anne. Yeah, I'm Roger Watson, and I'm currently the Editor-in-Chief of Nurse Education and Practice, which is so famous that Anne said over breakfast she'd never heard of it, but you've heard of it now. So you can start referring papers to my journal anytime you like. Nurse Education and Practice is published by Elsevier, and it's a sister journal, or a brother journal, whatever way you want to put it, to Nurse Education Today. And NEP, as we call my journal, has been running for 23 years now. I took it over 3 years ago at the 20-year mark, previously edited by Karen Holland. And along with NET, we run every 2 years the NEP conference, which last year was in Spain, and next year is going to be, we've just decided, in Singapore. Haven't quite decided on the date yet. So we do, Elsevier do run these really large international conferences, which is good. Prior to that, for 9 years, I was the Editor-in-Chief of Journal of Advanced Nursing, and before that, for 8 years, the Journal of Clinical Nursing with Wiley. And simultaneously with the Journal of Advanced Nursing, I launched Nursing Open, and edited that for 5 years, took it from not a single submission up to having an impact factor, which I was quite pleased with. You didn't mention your impact factor, which is very impressive. Yours is over 4, 4.2. Those 0.2s are very important, yeah. The impact factor of NEP is 3.2 at the moment. Went down a little bit in the last one, but we'll go up again. And people may want to ask about impact factor and what it means and whether it's important or not. It's important to editors because it's one of our performance indicators. NEP, Anne's just described perfectly the editorial process. I think all journals have a very similar process, and I think ours would be almost identical to yours. We accept at the moment 18% of our papers. Our submissions are going up all the time. Every month nearly they're going up. And we follow this very closely. And that's the trend generally. And I think people have got, I think one thing that people, us trying to submit to journals is that the competition these days is terrific. There are more and more submissions, there are more and more journals, but all the time there are fewer and fewer actual acceptances by percentage. I took a few random notes as Anne was speaking. Anne mentioned one of the first things she looks for when a manuscript comes in is it within the scope of the journal. And I'm always astonished at how many papers I get which are out of scope. I would say hovering around 25% of the papers I get in are out of scope. I checked my email this morning, there were 8 submissions waiting for me, and I can bet that 2 or 3 of those will be out of scope. And this is one of the things that I always try to emphasize to potential authors, even experienced authors, is please read the guidance for the journal. My journal is an educational journal, it's not a practice journal, so clinical practice, unless it's the outcome of an educational intervention, is not within the scope of the journal. And journals are going to be very careful about mission drift off of what they claim to do, because that's part of how we're assessed for impact factor. Do we stick to what we say we do? The other thing that I wanted to say before we move on to Fiona is I'm often asked, and you may well ask us about the reviewing process, which Anne spoke about, and Anne mentioned that you can get some varied decisions from reviewers, from reject through to accept for the same paper or something in between. And I'm always keen to emphasize that reviewing is not a scientific process, it's an exchange of opinions, and it's the editors who have to make the decision. Reviewers don't make a decision, they make recommendations, but we have to sort of work our way between those. We also have a system at Elsevier, and I know Wiley have one too. We have author heroes, they're called, grand title, and they're a group of people to whom we send papers which are rejected, but not completely rejected, rejected with a possibility of being published somewhere else. And the author heroes will try and find a home for that paper within the Elsevier stable. That accounts for nearly 20% of the papers that we don't accept in the journal. So it does mop up quite a few. What else can I say before I pass over? I've got a particular interest in predatory journals and open access journals, if people want to ask anything specifically about that. The growing issue and the growing problem of predatory journals, which is really problematic. Quite easy to spot, but they obviously manage to fool enough people to keep making a living. So that's something I'm particularly interested in. I've been writing a lot about that recently. So, hand over to Fiona.
Thank you, Roger. I am Fiona Timmins. I'm from Ireland. I'm Irish, and I am a professor of nursing and dean and head of School of Nursing, Midwifery and Health Systems, University College Dublin. So we've 13 schools in Ireland providing nurse education, and the one that I run is the biggest. So that's my clinical career. In terms of editing, and I have to attribute a lot of thanks to Professor Roger Watson, who has been a mentor and guide for a number of years and taught me a huge amount of things about editing. I'm about 10 years editing. I've been book review editor for Nurse Education and Practice. I've been associate editor, Nurse Education Today, associate editor, Journal of Nursing Management, and then the last sort of 5 years or so, editor-in-chief of Journal of Nursing Management. I've just this week stepped down from Journal of Nursing Management, and I'm taking over public health nursing in Wiley, based in the United States, but a global journal. So for me, since the outset of my academic career at least, I've been very passionate about dissemination and nurses and healthcare workers having a voice in the literature. When I studied in the University College Dublin, where I am now, in 1994, there was almost no Irish nurses in print. There was only about 6 publications at the time from 1 or 2 academics in Ireland. So I became very passionate very early on to encourage people to tell their story, showcase their research, have a voice. A particular challenge that we would have in Ireland, which many of you have here as well, is that we're coming a little late to the party. So we're like, oh, we've just discovered evidence-based practice. Let me tell you all about it. And then the journals who are based in America or England mostly have heard it all before. So we're always pushing to try and explain our situation to an audience that maybe have already heard this. Plus our description of our situation, our context is slightly different, so it's not always understood. So it's a big job to present work from a context to the international market. And of course, many of you in this audience have an extra struggle because English is not your first language. Now we struggle as well in Ireland, and I can tell you, hand on heart, I have had the comment, please have somebody whose first language is English help you with your paper at least 5 times, and within the last 5 years, because Irish people, our native language is very long-winded, so we speak English in a very long-winded expressive way. So passionate about encouraging others to write, passionate about having the voice out there, and I do a lot of outreach, writing publication workshops, one-to-one mentoring, helping people write and get their voice. In relation to the Journal of Nursing Management, Wiley, similar to Anne and Roger, we have had an explosion of submissions. We have similar peer review process. The editor-in-chief sees all of the material, and it's so interesting to hear how each family has a different challenge. The challenge that I would have with papers is not actually out of scope, because Journal of Nursing Management, mostly people get the idea, it's management and leadership. The bigger challenge, which both Anne and Roger would also have, is the novelty. And I know I can quote Roger's podcast, the editor-in-chief are simply not interested in papers that repeat old studies without producing any new reasonable information. Roger, I can quote you verbatim. So the novelty, and of course, if we're talking about this explosion of material, how do you actually say something new in a world full of, they say there's nothing new since Aristotle. So preparing a paper for any of these journals requires that you demonstrate the nuanced novelty or the new creative insight that your work has actually had. So that's the first thing that is difficult for my journal, or the journal I've just finished with. Secondly, in relation to that topic area of leadership and management, you tend to get this rehash of the great man theory, the leader, we must transform. We're tired of transforming. You know, tell me something a little bit new. So there's an awful lot of, I actually could nearly write the papers. There's so many of them the exact same. There's just this rhetoric of within the discipline, and that goes across the board. So this sort of showing something a little bit new. There's two other aspects that go hand in glove with this lack of novelty. Second is out-of-date literature. The amount of papers you get in, and the first two lines, leadership is really good, transformational, 2015. I mean, that's 10 years ago. And so, and there's a reason for that. So lack of up-to-date literature. Most of the reviewers across all the journals I've worked for, not scientific, they will all say 5 years, that you must have papers within the last 5 years. If your topic is very old, I don't mean old, but like, for example, electroconvulsive therapy developed in the 50s, 60s, not much research, that's fine. You can have your seminal research and your old material, that's no problem. But update the conversation. Why are you talking about it? Is it empowerment, autonomy, patient involvement? You know, join the modern conversation and have some up-to-date literature. The third problem, which is my biggest problem, at one point, 50% of my papers were plagiarized. The extent of cut and paste writing, poor paraphrasing, too much quotation. So the over-reliance on taking a big paragraph from one paper and sticking it in, a paragraph from another paper, sticking it in, paragraph from another paper, sticking it in, that's not writing. And when people do that, the references are invariably out of date because you're copying somebody else who copied somebody else. So for me, cut and paste writing is the biggest problem. If English is not your first language, write in Italian, write in French, translate it, use Google Translate, get a translator, do anything but do not copy because it just is a really, really awful way of writing. So in short, the novelty, the up-to-dateness, the originality of your actual writing style. And when you allow your own voice to come through and speak in your own way, that itself has an automatic intrinsic novelty as far as I am concerned. So I guess that's all I would say about my particular challenges. Looking forward to spearheading now this public health nursing journal and hearing more from all of the international community in relation to the research and work that you're doing. Yeah, that's me, I think.
Okay, before we go into the question and answers, I want to just say something that I spoke yesterday with Professor Watson about the process of course, before you submit an article, you need to think about which journal is most suitable, and so you need to read the aim and the scope of the journal. And sometimes can be really helpful to write to the editor-in-chief, just briefly to say, do you think this research, this piece, this manuscript, this research, this discussion paper is suitable for the journal? Because maybe it's, yeah, you said about the management, but maybe sometimes there are research that are like in the middle, or you're not sure, or you see that you have been published by another big journal, you want to suggest to another big journal. So, and I found very, very useful. For myself, like to write. And once I wrote to Professor Watson about the paper, and he answered me like nearly straight away, I have to say. So I was very happy. He answered me like, Enrico, yeah, I like your article, but we are not going to publish because we've been flooded by this topic. It was like I think post-COVID learning things, but anyway, it's an experience. So check really the aim and the scope of the journal before, and if in case you're not sure 100%, and you can write to the editor-in-chief, and maybe they don't answer straight away, or maybe some they're more reluctant to answer because it's not their habit to answer to everybody. But I think this is my suggestion, humble, very little bit.
Excellent idea.
Yeah.
Great.
Okay, now some question and answer. Do you have any questions? Yeah. In the audience. Yeah.
I have one coming here.
Good morning, everyone. I was wondering if how are you managing the artificial intelligence, for example, because we know that it's a new tool, we can say. And I would like to know how you're managing that. Thank you.
Can I speak? Yeah. Thanks, Gianluca. I'll speak to that because I've been very involved with Enago, which is an international publishing company which has drawn in editors to speak about artificial intelligence. First of all, I'll tell you a story, which is that I published an editorial in NEP not so long ago by Siobhan O'Connor from Manchester, who's an expert on artificial intelligence, and she wrote it using ChatGPT deliberately, and she credited ChatGPT as an author. And because it was an editorial and doesn't go through the normal system and doesn't have to register the authorship in the same way, I, as a very detailed and attentive editor-in-chief, did not notice that ChatGPT was credited as an author. So this got published, and it was picked up by Nature, and the article went. It's Elsevier's highest cited ever for across all their journals editorial. So I thought I was going to be sacked because I'd done something wrong, and on the contrary, they were congratulating me, saying, "Well done, making that mistake has made us very famous." You know. So anyway, but I had never actually heard of ChatGPT until I read the editorial. So it's pretty new. So yeah, so it is an issue. My view, and I think the general view in the industry, is that we can't stop this. It's there. People are going to use it. So we have to accommodate it somehow. And I've just been in China, literally until the beginning of last week. And in China, they are regularly using ChatGPT to write articles, but they're not telling anyone about it. They're trying to hide this. So what I was saying in China was, you've got to start being honest about it. We're not going to penalize you for doing this, but you have to acknowledge where you've used it and the extent to which it's been used. And I know that Wiley have guidelines on this now, and Elsevier now have guidelines which are inserted into our journal into the journal guidelines for the use of ChatGPT. And essentially it has to be declared. So I think it's so I don't know if Sage might have that too. So I think the only within this year the academic publishing industry has caught up with the concept of artificial intelligence, especially ChatGPT. Although there are other platforms like SciSpace, there are several platforms that you can use. And one of the issues is that they are so clever and so they evolve by themselves, it's going to be almost impossible to develop tools to detect it. It's going to keep morphing and changing. So we're just going to have to live with artificial intelligence being used to write papers, but we're going to have to try to get authors to be honest about its use, and also if they're using it to check what it said, and not to rely on the references it pulls in, because it makes up references. So anyway, that's a long answer, but it's there. We can't ignore it. We've got to try and help people to use it properly. So, yeah.
Sorry, thank you. Thank you. The great question. In fact, this was a topic of discussion at our editorial board on Thursday. We had a situation just a few months ago where we had a submission, and what you also need to know is when we get a submission on a topic, we usually look at the list of references and see who's written on the topic before. So we invited a reviewer who was added to the list and this with the expertise. The reviewer came back and said, this article has been plagiarized. This author has used my work without giving me credit. Was very angry, I should say. And so we went back to the author, of course, and said concerns were raised. We also involved Sage. Sage are a fantastic publisher, so we kept them informed. Went back to the author. The author said, oh, well, excuse me, but I used AI. I used ChatGPT. So basically, we're just not taking responsibility for this error. So the reviewer was still very, very angry and said, well, you have to do something. So what we did, we conferred with the author, said we were going to take it further. So we went back to their institution, we conferred, and it was agreed that we wouldn't name the author, but we went to their institution and say, you need to inform your staff about issues of accountability and ethics. And really, it's an ethics journal, so So, but what we've now decided, we decided on an action point, which is, I think is a very important action point. We still have to rely on the integrity of the authors. We now add in a declaration, have you used AI in the construction of this article? And if so, how? So at least that brings it to the forefront of the author's mind that if they've used it, they need to declare it. We have no way of checking really at this point that we can, but it's a hot topic. And that case was such a revelation. It took up a lot of time as well. But in the end, I think the author was sort of admonished and made to realize the error of their ways, maybe. And the reviewer was then happy that we'd taken some action. But yeah, thank you. Really, it's not going to go away. It's going to increase in publishing. Thank you.
Fiona, you want to say as well?
Yeah.
Add my tuppence worth. To say that, like you mentioned, I think there could be the potential for this to be, it's not going to go away anyway for sure, but to be a facilitative thing for authors as well, because I've just mentioned that in the absence of either English being a first language or skilled writing skills, people fall back on very bad habits, which are very common, which is what I mentioned, plagiarism at the worst, cut and paste writing at best. So I think it's a tool that could facilitate particularly people whose first language is not English, to actually express themselves in a better way. And already we're using facilitative things like translators, translation services, editing services. The journals offer editing services. So I think to shut the door on something that could be potentially facilitative is not really a good thing. It might help people find their own voice, but like my colleagues have said, it's the disclosure of it and and being not trusting it too much. You have to actually yourself as an academic read and explore what ChatGPT or any other software AI has developed for you and check, see if it makes sense, see if it's useful for the purpose that you actually intended.
I'll just add, thanks Fiona, I'll just add something. In the work I've been doing with these international groups through INAGO, I've met editors from many different disciplines and companies. And I think one of the questions we're always asking ourselves is what's the future for AI? And I think what we've seen with the academic publishing industry is it's been dragged kicking and screaming to the concept of open access. I mean, that was hotly resisted by every publisher initially. Now they've all embraced it. My publisher a little bit later than some of the others. The concept of pre-printing, shock, horror, let's not have pre-printing, that's terrible. Now nearly every publisher produces its own pre-printing platforms. I think before long, and there are people talking about this, is that you will see publishers producing their own AI platforms that you may use to write papers for their journal. And I think what we're going to see is integrated platforms with AI, plagiarism, or at least similarity checkers, so that everything can be ironed out and a one-stop shop, which the publishers will actually somehow profit from. So I think the publishers will not only accommodate the use of AI, they will actually facilitate it before too long. And I know there's talk about that. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm just saying what I've heard and what's probably inevitably going to happen.
Any other question?
Or comments on AI?
Or comments, yes.
Some people are horrified at the concept.
Yeah. No.
Good morning, everybody. Sometimes, as academics, we receive emails from journals asking us to submit some papers, and they give you the impact factor for this journal is blah blah, and the ISN for the ISSN number for this journal is blah blah blah. And when you go to ISN portal and check for this journal, you don't find that journal. So I don't know if there's any way to control this, because sometimes when you apply for a promotion as an educator and they will check for your publication, they will come back to you and say, oh, this is a fake journal.
Oh, right, okay. My pet subject. These are predatory journals. I mean, the general rule, not absolute, but the general rule is if a journal is soliciting papers, it's most likely to be a predatory journal or a fake journal. There are two types. There are predatory journals and there are hijacked journals which use other websites, and there are journals which are completely fake, and all they'll do is take your money and not publish anything. So yeah, any journal who's soliciting manuscripts, I would say avoid. Just don't respond. ISSNs mean absolutely nothing. Anybody can claim an ISSN, and sometimes they don't have an ISSN, but what they often have is an ISSN across a whole group of journals, which is not fair. Every individual journal should have its own ISSN. But ISSN doesn't confer any quality standard at all. It's simply a registration. So, so these journals, and they claim false impact factors, they claim inflated impact factors. These things are easily checked on Web of Science or Scopus or Medline or the Directory of Open Access Journals. There's plenty of ways these things can be checked. So I mean, I don't know if it's a concern of yours, but really people shouldn't publish in these journals. People are taken in. And I see people often in particular countries, I don't want to name them, being taken in and publishing, and then I'm asked to do staff reviews for promotion, and you point out that most of the journals are predatory or not very high quality. That can be problematic. So they've got to be avoided, and I think we've got to help people to try and avoid publishing in these. And I think one step beyond that, before I hand over to my colleagues, is that the deliberate publishing in these journals by academics, which sometimes does happen, I think is an act of fraud. I think it's a criminal act, to be absolutely honest. Because these companies, these predatory companies, I hope there's nobody from the companies here, they're involved in criminal activity. I mean, there are rumours that they're involved in drug trafficking, child trafficking, money laundering. You know, these are bad people. And they're exploiting the desire and the pressure on academics, particularly young academics, and particularly academics in some developing countries to have to publish, and facilitating that. The final word is, don't publish in them. If you do, two things happen. One, they will ask you for money at some point. Their favoured method of getting money is by credit card. So not only have they taken your money, they've got your credit card details. Check your bank, because it might be emptied out, and that has happened to people as well. So these are bad people, just to be avoided. I'm glad you've asked the question, though, because it will help others who may have wanted to ask it. No?
Just to say, there is that terrible pressure that you mentioned, Roger, as well, and that I'm aware as well of academics in certain areas that are deliberately publishing, but these predatory journals play on that vulnerability. These people who are doing that their promotion and their tenure is based upon publishing, and the universities don't seem to have any regard, as you said, within the framework for stamping that out. I think some of the universities in the United States are starting now to come out. It's been difficult for the universities and the journals, because these journals are potentially predatory, aren't they? And you kind of face legal issues if you come out right. And there was a chap, wasn't there, Beale, there's a very famous,
yes,
Jeffrey Beale, librarian from Canada, who kept, and it's still being kept up, isn't it, a list of potentially predatory journals, and he himself had legal challenges as well. So it's an absolute quagmire in terms of absolutely coming out and saying, don't, well, we are saying don't publish, but yeah, be very, very cautious. And as you said, there are areas where the Directory of Open Access Journals, you can actually find out what is a legitimate journal or what is not. It's worth saying as well, there are some that creep on to those lists for other reasons. They're sort of the more minor end of the scale. There might be a new journal in a smaller country that doesn't have an editorial board or doesn't. So I have come across a couple of sort of just vulnerable groups that happen to find themselves on those lists. But generally speaking, as you say, there are sharks out there that are simply. And the same actually goes for conferences. Worth that. And I know to my own colleagues now as well, we get an email in, come to this conference, in a country, and my staff will start to circulate that to the faculty. And I'm like, so I won't circulate any conferences without me checking them first. But the conferences are even more damaging sometimes, because you actually can turn up in Vegas and there is no conference.
I'll just add, thanks for bringing up the conferences. If you're ever invited to a conference, there are 3 questions that you ask the organizer. One, if you're invited to give a keynote, it's inevitably they want you to do the keynote. You say, is there a business class flight? Is there a 5-star hotel? And will I get my $1,000 fee? And the answer's always no. The answer's always, well, we can give you a half fee for the, yeah. So always try and up the ante and put them off. The best thing is don't reply to them at all. One more point is, I think universities should be more active in providing lists of reputable journals. I know there are problems in that, yeah. And some universities have done it, some are reluctant, but the French Academy of Sciences has just produced a list, it's in French, of the journals that they, but the journals are English, that they see as preferred journals across all the subjects in France. I've got access to it, I haven't read it all yet, that might be helpful. Presumably these journals have been vetted. I don't know if there are nursing journals amongst them, but it's good. France has kind of broken ranks as a country and produced a list of preferred journals to avoid the predatory journals.
Actually, you made me think of a very good idea, Roger. The editors have their own conference and their own society, we'll say, but maybe something we could bring up at that conference next month is the whole idea of having, I know the business schools have ABC, so the business schools in the UK and Ireland have a list of journals that they require faculty from business schools to publish in, and when they're employing, they score them based on that at interview, and they vary in quality and they vary in impact factor, but these are, so I mean, we could come up with a list of good nursing journals.
Australia does it too.
Yeah.
Another question?
Good morning. First of all, thank you so much, Professor Gallagher, to highlight the problem in using AI to write an article, because the problem is not only is the acknowledgement of the authorship of the initial source, the original source of that little piece of knowledge. This is very touching sensitivity from you. Thank you. And I think my comment is about, it's a suggestion, I don't know. Probably if we see AI as a tool, it's not a word that evoke very much energy to start a conversation about this, because a tool is a pen, I use it, okay. Probably I think that we can call it a medium, because it's a medium, it's something that can be discussed, should be discussed also in a political way, like a facial recognition system, that kind of research that highlight how a facial recognition function better in a Caucasic individual, less in an Afro-American individual. So probably in the algorithm there is something that we must discuss, because that piece of knowledge is building our corpus of knowledge. So I just propose, let's see if this medium is what is doing to our knowledge, because this is the question in me. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. That's a really helpful suggestion. I like that idea of a medium. I mean, some universities are being quite creative. It's, we can't deny its existence, right? We have to engage. But not here, I don't think, but my colleague who's on the board, Professor Robert Jago, he works in a law school, and they've just introduced an assignment for the students that they have to find a ChatGPT article on a particular topic, and then the student has to critique it. So you get the student to engage their critical thinking, and in ethics we talk about phronesis, or our practical wisdom, to engage with it. So use it, but in a critical way. It's not going to. So I think that's an important job for us in professional education, to bring our students up to speed with what the issues are and make them aware of the ethics, but also the usefulness, I think is what you're saying. But I think, as ever, we need to assume a critical mindset and use our professional wisdom to see, is this useful? How do we move forward? And I think also, if we have it, say, as part of an assessment, they then see that, yeah, okay, some of it may be legitimate, it may be trustworthy, but much of it is not. So I think that's the next to think about it in both ways. Sorry.
Add something to that, yeah. Yeah, thanks. I think the concept of a medium is very helpful. I just wanted, related to what you said, I think ChatGPT has been shown to be politically biased, well, I won't give away my political biases, but it is biased, and of course it's biased because of the sources it largely relies on, and they're not open. You don't know what the sources are, but I know that if I ask ChatGPT arrogantly about myself, first of all it says we've never heard of that person, but then I put in nurse, academic, oh yes, and it just spouts my Wikipedia page, and Wikipedia is politically biased, I know because I work with Wikipedia, so the sources can be biased and one-sided, especially if you're in a controversial political area. Probably for clinical things it might be okay, but if you're into anything like politics or sociology, it might just rely on one set of sources, so that's something else to be careful about.
Okay, fantastic. I think we can conclude this session, and thank you so much, Professor Gallagher, Professor Watson, Professor Timmins, for this very insightful opening of the conference of today. Yeah.
I've had a profound insight just as we're sitting here. I've just realised we're all Celtic. We're the three Celtic tenors. We're the three Celtic editors.
It's true. Just say two Irish.
Yes, well, I'm Irish. We're all Irish.
So you're European.
European, yeah. Well, I'm Scottish actually as well, but I'm also an Irish citizen.
So the three Celtics.
Yeah.
Okay. The opening of the three Celtics. Fantastic.
Thank you, Enrico.
Thank you to you so much. And so now we have the plenary panel with cross-cultural nursing ethics. So we give time for us to move out of this throne. And we will move.
Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you. I forgot the clapping. I forgot the clapping.
Get something to drink.
You deserve it.
Fantastic.
I missed that.
Yeah, oh, you missed a treat.
To encourage people. You missed it.
You're in. Where?
Is this a plenary now? Or is it,
I think so. Oh, shit.
I'm Franco Carnevali from Montreal, Canada, and I'm very pleased to introduce you to this session. This is one of my favorite topics, cross-cultural nursing ethics. As a clinical ethicist, I find the intersection of ethics and culture to be one of the most interesting and one of the most challenging aspects of the work I do. We increasingly within nursing understand the importance of local socio-cultural context and the importance of accommodating and recognizing that people's lives are rooted in local beliefs, values, and practices, and it's important to be attentive and accommodating toward those. However, within ethics, we also recognize that there's some transversal norms and even some universal statements on rights and norms that ought to apply across time and space, and sometimes these align in congruence, and sometimes there's tension between the local and the universal. And so I find cross-cultural nursing ethics really raises and presents some of the most challenging questions, and we've got an extraordinary panel, and I look forward to hearing their comments and their presentations. They each have 15 minutes. They will each present. I will introduce each one of them, and then they will elaborate on who they are when they speak, and we will have a discussion period at the end. We will begin, our first speaker will be Professor Settimio Monteverde from Switzerland, and he'll be speaking on culture and ethical safety in healthcare. Next is Professor Yonghui Ma from China. Can artificial intelligence nursing robots perform filial piety? Reflections from Confucian ethics. I can't wait. And then third is going to be Professor Maria Grazia de Moranis from Italy. Palliative care, ethical issues in an intercultural context. And so we'll start with Professor Monteverde.
Cari colleghi, dear colleagues, it's a big pleasure to be here in this wonderful city, and thank you also for the host university. I'm particularly happy as an Italian living in Switzerland to have the conference taking place here in my country of origin. I will speak about culture and ethical safety in healthcare, and forgive me to play a little bit the role of the devil's advocate, and we will hopefully be able to discuss about the topics I want to raise with you. There is a complex interplay between culture and ethics. The concept of culture is often advocated in clinical ethics. This is the background I have, clinical ethicist at the University Hospital of Zurich and nursing ethics educator. We use culture not only in a descriptive sense, indicating a variety and a diversity of how people see things, of how people act, the practices they have, and they ascribe to culture, but we use culture also in a normative sense to mark difference and to consider this difference as ethically problematic. This will be my point, and I will illuminate this with a situation we had in the ICU in the second wave of the pandemic. My conclusion will be, to make it short, that the concept of culture is extremely powerful in the attempt to capture the essence of nursing, as we know from different codes of ethics, and to assure culturally competent care, but also that this concept can be misleading when we use this concept to convey moral meanings. This is when we explain by culture what is ethically difficult in professional care relationships. In ethical context, we seldom use culture to describe sameness or concordance in how we evaluate things, but we use it rather to describe otherness or discordance or difference when patients and families do not make what we advise them, when they challenge the set of values that we take for granted. In addressing this bias, bioethicist George Kusch wrote many years ago that we should understand concerns attributed to culture primarily as ordinary ethical concerns expressed in the language of culture. And in this line of thinking, appeals to culture should be understood primarily as expressions of concern, entailing a commitment to discover what is really important to people when confronted with fundamental questions of living and dying. And they call for an ethically safe environment and for authentic moral spaces in which families and patients are not stigmatized for feeling and thinking differently, but feel safe in addressing those things that matter to them, and are assured that the importance they attach to these issues is seen, is acknowledged by the professionals, and ways are negotiated to best deal with them. We know it all. Austerity and scarcity in care have fueled this discussion, but the ideas behind this problematization of ethics and culture are not new. So they stand on shoulders of many giants in biomedical ethics and social sciences, like Arthur Frank, Margaret Urban Walker, David Rothman, Eric Loewy, for example, and many others. But in the crisis of today, I think they become of a renewed relevance. And now to the case I want to share with you. In the second wave of the coronavirus pandemic, we had a number of requests for ethics consultations in the clinic, in which healthcare professionals, when filling out the form for requesting the consultation, described the ethical issue as a cultural one. There was a cultural problem. This was the reason for requesting ethics consultation, and in their own words. And in one specific case, the nursing team had to care for a young, increasingly seriously ill patient with a migration background. He was mechanically ventilated after a very complicated course of COVID-19, after having contracted the coronavirus in his home country during the vacation. He was repatriated to Switzerland, his country of residence, by the Air Rescue Service, and now his prognosis was very poor, but the relatives wanted all life support to be continued, including listing the patient for a lung transplant if necessary. And the nurses knew that the patient and his family were firm vaccine opponents. Although visits were allowed, the relatives not even came to visit her father and spouse because they even refused to be tested. They also refused to engage in discussing about adapting goals of care towards comfort care with the probability of shortening life. So in the ethical consultation form, the nursing team specified the ethical issue as a cultural issue that is an ethical issue not only originating from culture, but also explained by culture. And in the discussions with the nursing team about the interplay between ethics and culture, we had several discussions around this case. It became soon apparent that they had a whole number of patients in similar conditions to care for, all of whom appeared to share the same cultural background, came from the same country, with families wanting everything to be done. In their eyes, this circumstance was attributable to culture, but also to choice, and thus fundamentally changeable, not fatal, contributing to the ICU overcrowding and the pandemic conditions, and this, for them, not only exacerbated the shortage of ICU beds, but also made triage scenarios more inevitable, because it prevented older, frail patients who were mostly vaccinated but had fatal causes of COVID-19 from having access to the ICU. In their eyes, having a remedy available in form of a reasonably effective vaccination and renouncing to this remedy for supposed cultural reasons constituted the veritable ethical problem in terms of distributive justice. This issue has also attracted the attention of the media at the national level and received quite big media coverage. Health professionals from the same country of origin, fortunately, they made an important contribution in the media and said that the vaccine skepticism of this country was real, but it was not a product of an ideology or even an expression of a conspiracy theory. It was best explained by the fact that that people of this country were in general very skeptical against government recommendations because politicians were basically considered corrupt and untrustworthy. And this skepticism also concerned vaccination campaigns which were carried out by the health offices. After different meetings with the team, the verdict of culture as being the root of the ethical problems has soon been replaced by a whole series of plausible explanations and ethical concerns that were quite reasonable at the end, if not commonsensical. They demonstrated the impact of literacy, of the access to information in the own language, and the importance of political stability and trust on the health behavior of individuals and communities. So which insights can we draw from this situation and from similar one, and how can we engage in a meaningful, hopefully unbiased conversation about culture and clinical ethics? The first aspect is, I would say, that we should uncover potential biases when culture is advocated to mark an ethical difference. US bioethicist Autumn Feaster uses strong metaphors and even speaks about weaponizing ethical principles or moral assault when she describes how clinical ethics can run the risk of contributing to imposing values of providers by not differentiating critically enough the interests of the provider and the interests of the patient and her social system. Second, the evocation of culture and cultural issues as originating ethical problems can construct otherness and strangeness. And this obstructs the view by presenting people as moral strangers. By acknowledging difference, bioethicist Eric Loewy adds to the categories of moral friends who agree on what is morally important and moral strangers who disagree on what is important, a third category, which is moral acquaintances. Moral acquaintances are not close friends, but they know each other. They have fundamentally positive feelings of respect, of benevolence, of sympathy, reasonableness, and they have a genuine interest in understanding each other. But I think what is particularly important when confronted with difference, moral acquaintances show an anticipatory and outreaching kindness towards each other. Although not sharing the same values, moral acquaintances trust in the ability of the counterpart to make sense and meaning of their values and experiences. So when culture is used as a pretext to explain differences, such recognition is no longer possible and a kind of moral numbness ensues. Third, and I come to the conclusion, the concept of moral acquaintances can also help to tackle another rather philosophical issue which is advocated in the context of culture and clinical ethics, which is ethical relativism. Moral acquaintances obviously can disagree about what constitutes best care, but they have also a reasonable agreement on what individuals and communities need in order to thrive. So, when the evidence of harm and suffering is given and can be objectivated by facts, it would not be an expression of cultural competence to ignore this when the patient is really suffering from questionable treatment decisions. Departing from cultural awareness, this could be an incentive to look better at the interests of the person and to building trust with the family without questioning the family's epistemic authority. For example, by means of cultural mediators. This is actually what we did in this situation. Here, the concept of cultural humility, I think many of you know it, proves to be very helpful. In conclusion, I think there is a place for culture within clinical ethics, but we should consider culture rather as a thin concept, a concept that invites us to look further, to explore the stories and the experiences behind it, and to negotiate solutions based on trust, based on the recognition of the epistemic authority of the family system, and of course also the ethical foundations of what constitutes good care, which of course is also a cultural construct that we can hopefully all agree upon. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. It's such a great pleasure and honor to be here. Huge thanks goes to Professor Anne Gallagher for having me here. My name is, excuse me. My name is Yonghui Ma. I'm from China, from the Southeast Xiamen University of China. I had a clinical medicine background, and I got a PhD from the University of Manchester in the UK 10 years ago. And so later, afterwards, I joined this university. I teach medical ethics for the undergraduate student, and I also supervise students doing research on bioethics, especially in cross-cultural bioethics and research ethics. Today I'm going to talk about the Confucian ethics reflection on a very important value, filial piety, and how the application of AI robots affect the fulfillment of filial piety in Confucianism. We know that with the continuing graying of society, the trend of aging population with fewer children is becoming a common demographic structure in many countries worldwide. Naturally, this societal shift has made the question of how to effectively provide elder care an urgent problem that needs to be solved, while people's material lives have become greatly enriched. Addressing their spiritual needs and mental well-being has lagged behind. At the same time, introducing modern technological tools into the elder care service industry has become a popular trend globally. It is noteworthy that an important characteristic of the lives of the elderly is a reduction of social activities and interpersonal communication, while modern technology, especially AI, will bring many conveniences to the lives of the elderly. At the same time, it is likely to further reduce the interaction between the elderly and the other people. I think we all have the personal experiences during the COVID-19. A lot of technology has been applied, and which has further reduced the activities of elder people with the other people and society. This problem is particularly intense for China because we have implemented this long-term one-child policy for 3 or 4 decades, which has fundamentally changed the China family structure. Unlike the aging problem in many Western Europe countries, China is getting old before getting rich. Children have their various social and family responsibilities, especially taking care of parents who are physically ill or unable to take care of themselves. So a lot of people are very enthusiastic, very in support of introducing the intelligent modern technology into elder care service. The application of service-oriented AI robots has begun to enter all aspects of society: family, entertainment, shopping, hospital, and nursing homes. AI care, such as care bot, is an important service content. At present, AI robot care mainly manifests in 3 aspects. The first one, the daily life care, includes personal living, diet, excretion, sleep, bathing, as well as indoor clean and care. And secondly, the monitoring of medical health, the body monitoring of some health parameters, physical health, in reminding elderly of the medication and rehabilitation assistance. The third, AI can provide companionship. This service is even more diverse: chatting, singing, dancing, playing chess, playing ball with elderly, and so on. From a utilitarian perspective, AI robot care has obvious advantages. It can provide 24/7 hours services, provide variety of conveniences for home-based elderly care, and tailor services according to personal preferences, more transparent and predictive, convenient for unified control and management. It can also provide transmit the data to family members and doctors so they can achieve remote diagnosis and treatment and to take measures timely. For example, in 2016, the Hangzhou is a city in China. The Social Welfare Center has introduced a batch of intelligent robots called Atie, which officially serve the intelligent caregiver and provide various care services for the elderly. So how this AI technology challenged our traditional filial piety duties? We know that filial piety is a key value in Confucian ethics and the core of traditional Chinese culture and philosophical thought. For children, Confucian filial piety entails respecting and serving parents, bearing and raising children, and offering sacrifices to ancestors. Although filial piety cannot be equated with elder directly, it undoubtedly has a profound impact on the culture of elder care in many societies where Confucianism still influenced. Can AI replace children in fulfilling filial piety duties, especially for elderly people who value filial piety? Will the traditional Chinese concept of family harmony and happiness gradually decline with the introduction of AI robot care? What kind of impact will the relationship between the elderly and AI robot caregivers have on the future human relationships? These are ethical issues that need to be considered for AI-augmented robotic elder care. By revoking Confucianism, I'm not fully loyal to Confucianism, but I believe that insights, concepts, and ideas derived from Confucianism can offer a lot of insights into the contemporary bioethical discussions. And these ideas can actually transfer beyond the original geographic and cultural origin in the East Asian countries. I wanted to introduce you with the concept of four beginnings, 四端 in Mencius. Mencius is also a great philosopher in Confucianism. He believed that all humans possess the innate moral inclinations of compassion, deference, shame, and a sense of right and wrong. These inclinations are initially as small as a spark, but through continuous nurturing and cultivation, they can gradually become strong and powerful, ultimately becoming the foundation with each individual. Mencius emphatically argued that if a person lacks or loses these innate moral inclinations, they cease to be human and become akin to beasts. He states, without inclination of empathy and compassion, one is not human. Mencius' philosophy offers important perspective on moral reasoning, since he, like ancient Chinese thinkers in general, he focuses on everyday moral situation and is based on the collective life experiences of the majority of people. Even if we assume that robots can exhibit human-like four beginnings activities, such activity would be preset and derived from data, information, and logical operations, lacking the sensitivity and receptivity based on consciousness. The cultivation of compassion is precisely based on the ability to extend one's own feelings to others. Also, the famous debate on 人情之辩, distinction between human and beast in traditional Confucian ethics can be employed to help us understand the relationship between human and AI, because it's a very useful analogy of the relationship between human and the beast. The Confucian tradition acknowledges a minimal, there's only very slight differences between human and beast. As Mencius said, the reason why humans differ from beasts is indeed slight. This observation serves as a warning for people to strive to uphold the achievement of human civilization, as otherwise it is very easy to regress to a beastly state. This entails the concept of Ren, which refers to a way of life for humans that involves ethical relationships and a higher state of existence compared to the nature survival states of animals. The ethical world of Confucianism is a benevolent and differential order based on sensitivity, with respect and concern for nature and life, as well as benevolent and sympathy for other humans and animals. So when in respect to filial piety, Confucius said, today those who practice filial piety are all said to be able to provide for their parents. But even dogs and horses can be provided for without respect. How can it be distinguished? Scholars have interpreted this passage differently, but one point is common among them. The emphasis on the act of filial piety, which is different from the laborious actions of dogs and horses, and include a sense of reverence and respect for parents that animals lack. It is evident that the filial piety is not simply a matter of physically providing for parents, but encompasses a cultural characteristic unique to humans, the qing of reverence and respect. Qing is a concept translated variously as emotion, feeling, sentiment, or passion. Robots does not have qing of compassion and the virtue of benevolence, which is the fundamental distinction between humans and animals for Mencius. Intelligence, as one of the virtues, serves benevolence by helping us practice our compassionate heart and assist others. But intelligence is not the fundamental distinction between humans and animals. All right, I think I can safely wrap up here. This paper discusses the social impact and ethical consideration brought on by the interaction between humans and machines. One-dimensional robots cannot adequately fulfill duties of care due to their detachment from personal relationships and interactions, as well as the lack of accumulated social experience. The qing of AI robots are merely performative reactions in different situations, rather than actual emotional abilities. No matter how humanized robots become, it is difficult to establish empathy and a meaningful world that is intimately connected with life. It is also observed that the relationship between humans and technology has always had both salvational and dangerous aspects, and robotic care, elder care is no exception. AI caregiver robots will likely become a part of elder care, and the transformation of these robots from service providers to companions is inevitable. In light of this, the application of AI-augmented robot care will also eventually change our understanding of interpersonal relationships and traditional filial piety. That's all from me. Thank you very much.
Buongiorno a tutti, sono Maria Grazia De Marinis, sono professore di infermieristica presso l'Università Campus Biomedico di Roma e sono responsabile di un centro di cure palliative in Roma che ha un'assistenza sia in hospice sia in assistenza domiciliare. Bene, innanzitutto devo dire che è davvero un grande onore partecipare a questo prestigioso evento e quindi desidero davvero esprimere la mia più profonda gratitudine per gli organizzatori e per avermi invitato a questo importante spazio di dialogo e di confronto. Bene, nella mia relazione proverò ad affrontare alcuni temi che scaturiscono tra la interazione tra le questioni etiche e quelle interculturali in un contesto quale quello delle cure palliative, dove gli infermieri svolgono davvero un ruolo molto importante. Come tutti probabilmente saprete, le cure palliative sono state definite già nel lontano 1990 dall'Organizzazione Mondiale della Sanità come cure caratterizzate da un'attenzione globale ai bisogni del malato e hanno come obiettivo prioritario quello di migliorare la qualità di vita dei pazienti con patologie gravi e irreversibili. C'è da dire che queste cure non si limitano ad agire esclusivamente per il malato, ma si estendono anche alla famiglia, che assieme al malato stesso costituisce un'entità di cura unica e inscindibile. Bene, l'approccio olistico delle cure palliative penso che costituisca davvero un vero e proprio cambiamento di paradigma nel campo della medicina, che tradizionalmente ha privilegiato interventi terapeutici molto selettivi e focalizzati principalmente sulla dimensione fisica della malattia. Una considerazione preliminare che mi sento di fare in questo contesto, prima di entrare nel cuore dei temi che tratterò, è che oggi dobbiamo rilevare che nonostante sia riconosciuto che ogni malato, sia universalmente riconosciuto che ogni malato abbia il diritto di usufruire di cure palliative compassionevoli e di qualità, purtroppo l'accesso equo e universale a questa tipologia di servizio risulta ancora un traguardo molto lontano da raggiungere a causa di numerose barriere che possono, come dire, rivelarsi di natura economica, sociale, legislativa, ma sono barriere tutte contrassegnate da importanti differenze culturali. Un'altra considerazione, non so come vado avanti con le diapositive, how can go ahead? Ok, maybe this. Okay. Un'altra importante considerazione che vorrei fare prima di appunto entrare maggiormente nel vivo dei temi è che se esaminiamo l'influenza dei contesti culturali che soprattutto riguardano la comprensione della malattia, l'approccio alla cura, l'interpretazione della morte, che sono davvero argomenti centrali nelle cure palliative, troviamo notevoli differenze. Questi aspetti, le visioni di questi aspetti si modellano a seconda delle diverse culture, ma ciò che risulta secondo me molto interessante, è un aspetto sul quale dovremmo porre maggiore attenzione, è che anche all'interno di stesse culture spesso può sussistere una discrepanza tra la percezione che i professionisti sanitari hanno delle condizioni di salute del paziente e l'esperienza vissuta direttamente dal paziente stesso. Una visione riduttiva, spesso la prima, una visione più globale, olistica, la seconda. E mi preme sottolineare che quando queste due visioni non riescono a costruire un ponte che le metta in comunicazione, queste prospettive possono rappresentare per i pazienti delle situazioni e delle, diciamo, dei contesti in cui la loro sofferenza e la loro solitudine si accentua. Bene, in generale quando si parla di questioni etiche legate alle cure palliative ci vengono spesso in mente subito temi molto discussi come l'eutanasia, la morte assistita, che di solito catturano davvero l'attenzione di molti, soprattutto in Italia ora c'è un grande dibattito su queste tematiche. Tuttavia ho pensato in questa relazione di condividere con voi 3 brevi riflessioni sugli aspetti che vedete nelle slide. Sono 3 aspetti, la comunicazione, l'autonomia e la famiglia, davvero molto sensibili alle influenze culturali. La comunicazione si intreccia, come tutti voi sapete, si intreccia intimamente con l'identità culturale non solo del paziente, ma anche della famiglia e dei professionisti sanitari. Il secondo aspetto è l'autonomia, intesa come diritto dei pazienti a prendere decisioni informate sulle proprie cure, la cui interpretazione richiede davvero una grande sensibilità etica e culturale. E il terzo tema è quello della famiglia, perché le dinamiche familiari, il ruolo dei diversi membri influenzano in maniera determinante la qualità delle cure e variano moltissimo da cultura a cultura. Ho sempre questo problema, no? Ecco qui. Inizierò con il primo tema, la comunicazione. È a tutti noi nota l'importanza che la comunicazione ha in tutto l'ambito sanitario, ma nelle cure palliative riveste una importanza molto particolare, perché spesso i pazienti che vi accedono non sono ancora pienamente consapevoli delle loro condizioni cliniche e i sanitari si trovano di fronte ad un dilemma. Da un lato c'è la preoccupazione di provocare un trauma emotivo nel paziente comunicando l'estrema gravità della sua malattia e della sua prognosi. Dall'altra però esiste la responsabilità ineludibile di rispettare il diritto del paziente a conoscere la verità sul suo stato di salute. Qui la cultura gioca moltissimo, in molti contesti si privilegia un approccio comunicativo di trasparenza assoluta in cui si ritiene importante condividere senza veli la verità. In altri contesti, contesto che riguarda molto la nostra situazione italiana, si preferisce un approccio comunicativo che possiamo dire progressivo e sopportabile, rispettando la capacità e i tempi del paziente di affrontare una realtà così dura. E chiaramente questo compito deve essere affrontato attraverso un lavoro di attenta e delicata mediazione che miri ad armonizzare i bisogni e le specificità culturali di ciascuno, tenendo proprio presente che si tratta di un processo che richiede competenza, tempo e molta attenzione. In quest'ottica, per esempio, la pianificazione anticipata di trattamento può rappresentare un validissimo strumento per una comunicazione efficace e rispettosa della cultura e dei tempi del malato, perché gli permette in qualche modo di prepararsi in anticipo e di adattarsi gradualmente alle sfide future. Il secondo tema è il tema dell'autonomia. Bene, possiamo dire che per lungo tempo la medicina è stata caratterizzata da un approccio paternalistico predominante, in cui il medico detenteva un po' l'autorità di ogni decisione finale. Tuttavia le cose stanno cambiando, anzi direi sono cambiate anche qui in Italia, dove siamo andati un po' più lentamente. La cultura si è trasformata grazie anche all'avvento della bioetica e alla crescente richiesta dei pazienti di avere un maggior controllo sulle proprie cure. Le parole di Cecily Sanders, che molti di voi sapranno, è ritenuta la fondatrice del movimento hospice, hanno ben evidenziato questo cambiamento. Dice la Sanders: i veri fondatori dell'hospice sono i pazienti con le loro esperienze, la loro consapevolezza delle proprie necessità e dei propri suggerimenti. Queste parole davvero riflettono il profondo rispetto che le cure palliative hanno per il diritto del paziente ad essere coinvolto nelle decisioni che riguardano la propria vita e il proprio percorso di cura. D'altronde è l'esercizio stesso dell'autonomia che contribuisce a migliorare la qualità di vita del paziente, permettendogli di scegliere i trattamenti più adatti e adatte alle sue necessità e alle sue preferenze. ma su questo tema sorge frequentemente la domanda su come i professionisti sanitari debbano gestire situazioni in cui, per esempio, le pratiche culturali, le credenze personali sembrano contrastare con i principi etici fondamentali della medicina in genere. E un'altra questione che emerge riguarda, per esempio, le limitazioni fisiche o emotive del paziente che in cure palliative spesso possono ostacolare, per esempio, l'ottenimento di un consenso informato. Come si può bilanciare questo rispetto per l'autonomia con la necessità di prendere decisioni cliniche appropriate, soprattutto appunto quando il paziente stesso non può comunicare efficacemente con i suoi cari e con il personale sanitario? E mi preme sottolineare che questo concetto di autonomia subisce davvero molto le influenze dei contesti sanitari. Per esempio, ci possiamo riferire ad una visione culturale più individuale dell'autonomia, che fa leva sull'importanza delle scelte personali del paziente. Questa visione enfatizza la necessità di dare ai malati il massimo controllo possibile sulle decisioni che riguardano la salute, elevando proprio la loro autonomia decisionale a un livello quasi assoluto. Ma d'altro canto esiste anche una visione di questo concetto di autonomia di tipo più relazionale, che riconosce come la nostra libertà personale sia profondamente intrecciata con un reticolo di relazioni umane e sociali. Queste connessioni possono influenzare le nostre scelte, sia favorendole, sia ponendo senz'altro limiti alla nostra libertà individuale. E questa idea di autonomia più relazionale ci introduce all'ultimo tema, quello della famiglia. E devo dire, ecco, che in tutte le definizioni di cure palliative la famiglia acquista un posto rilevante, ma nonostante questa importanza devo rilevare che l'approccio di cura centrato veramente su di essa rimane in molte aree, in molti paesi, in molti contesti, un ideale ancora lontano dal trasformarsi in una pratica consolidata. E occupandomi di formazione posso dire che forse una delle ragioni del ritardo di questo poter porre la famiglia al centro delle nostre attenzioni potrebbe essere individuata anche nella formazione degli operatori sanitari stessi. Infatti in molti percorsi formativi queste conoscenze relative alla famiglia come soggetto di cura risultano essere ancora molto marginali. Ecco, una prima considerazione su questo tema è che con i cambiamenti demografici ed epidemiologici in cui stiamo assistendo, il ruolo dei caregiver in futuro è destinato davvero a crescere di molto. Pertanto dovremo porci il problema su quali responsabilità le istituzioni dovrebbero assumere per garantire a questi silenziosi eroi una formazione adeguata, un sostegno emotivo e un giusto riconoscimento economico. E una seconda riflessione riguarda proprio il ruolo che la famiglia assume nelle scelte del paziente rispetto a questa visione molto relazionale dell'autonomia. Bene, sono molte le questioni che potrebbero essere ancora analizzate, ma mi preme ribadire che tutte sono riconducibili alla necessità di una solida formazione etica e interculturale nel campo delle cure palliative. Bisogna avere conoscenze teoriche, senz'altro, bisogna sviluppare abilità comunicative, ma credo che la cosa più importante per tutti noi sia quella di diventare consapevoli dei propri pregiudizi culturali, delle proprie tendenze etnocentriche che influenzano il modo in cui prestiamo assistenza. In conclusione, posso dire davvero con molta partecipazione che l'approccio etico e interculturale alle cure palliative non rappresenta soltanto un viaggio o un percorso di comprensione all'altro, ma è un viaggio di introspezione e di scoperta di noi stessi, è un viaggio che ci sfida e ci arricchisce, ampliando la nostra visione del mondo e del ruolo che svolgiamo. Grazie.
I would like to thank our panelists for 3 very fascinating presentations. Professor Monteverde really brought us into a deep reflection, really set the table for today's panel, and really asking us to think about how culture matters and the ways in which we think about ethics, and highlighting some of the temptations and the inclinations towards thinking of culture as rooted in difference and in strangeness and in otherness, and really called for a shift in the way in which we think about culture toward moral acquaintances approach, and really trying to promote cultural awareness and mediation towards trying to reconcile the kinds of tensions that can arise. Professor Ma has presented to us a particular context within China that I think in many other types of national, international contexts could or are actually presenting, where there's a significant disproportion between older and younger members within a family, raising questions about filial piety and how can the turn towards machine assistance, artificial intelligence and robots, how can they help out in light of the tempting allure of turning towards these technologies? What implications does that raise for societal, cultural ethics? And Professor Ma talked to us specifically and very explicitly about how Confucian ethics can provide a framework, an orientation for thinking our way through this. And closing with the perspective from Qing, where we need to be mindful of reverence and respect, and how do these machines help, and what kinds of concerns does this generate that we need to be mindful of. And then our third speaker, Professor de Melanes, went specifically to the context of palliative care and talked towards from a cultural perspective, 3 specific themes that are rooted in culture, and that is of communication, autonomy, and family, and how these are deeply culturally laden concepts that we need to think through on how we're going to imagine how we're going to approach communication, how we're going to recognize autonomy, and how do family roles get operationalized in a way that is culturally attentive. And in closing, she made a call for how the implications for palliative care education. With all of that done, we're fortunate to have them available to us for an open discussion, and we have a nice bit of time for that. And so we invite questions and comments from the audience, as well as potential questions and comments among panelists. Okay, so is there a microphone circulating? Yes, it's coming.
Thank you, and comment for the presentation of Professor Yong Huma. And thank you. You showed a picture, 2 pictures of elder people interacting with a robot, and that reminds me, my mother, she passed away, but she has this strong relationship with devices in a home. So the cafe machine, the television machine. This is very interesting. Elder people, when they are in the home setting, they have this huge and important, deep relationship with the machine that make them comfortable and safe. And this is the path. I think that we as a nurse must see the home environment, and we must accept that a lot of automatical device, and when they are intelligent, and they can really provide for our people, for our elder people, a lot of a sense of safeness and security and comfort. So it's very, very interesting, your prompt. Thank you.
if you wish.
Thank you. I take it as a comments, right? And yes, I think now the whole world, a lot of societies actually embrace the application of AR technology in elder care, and there's no reason to resist it. But what we need to be mindful is that we need to limit the power of these technologies, and also we need to explore what there's some things they couldn't replace the human interactions. Especially, that's why I take filial piety as an example to say, is there anything required by the Confucianism, but the robot technology cannot fully replace what is expected. That's much more beyond the basic healthcare or some, some healthcare, the basic services. For example, the respect and compassion, and also the emotion of qing. Thank you.
Hello, I have a question for Professor Montefiore. Thank you for your talk. I would like to hear a little bit more about your model of reasonable agreement and perhaps disagreement, specifically in thinking of this idea of cultural sensitivity and literacy in terms of a type of curiosity. You mentioned the idea of thinking of it as of culture as a thin concept that allows us to explore stories further towards the end. And I just wondered if that thin concept of culture could also be used in addressing the real problem of relativism that you alluded to in the process, specifically when it comes to navigating values difference and persistent disagreement with the strangers with whom we encountered. So I just wondered if your own conception of that exploration operates with a consensus model, or if we could rather think of that process of exploration as a way of reaching a sort of agreement whilst navigating difference, using a dissensus model instead. So I would very much like to hear your stance on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this question, or this set of questions, which are actually philosophical ones. I'm convinced that many ethical situations are put forward as cultural situations, and when you ask behind the utterances of the persons involved, you see, for example, that it's not an issue of culture, that families want everything to be done, but of trust, because they have so many experiences of being treated unequally. And trust is a universal language, and these are shared values. And it is reasonable to doubt, to have no trust with this kind of experience. And so we experience that we can say, yes, we can fully understand that you want everything, because you do not feel safe. And trust is, this is a Polish philosopher who wrote this, it's not my word. Trust is a result of an environment that is predictable. And you trust on people doing their jobs, like when you drive a car on the motorway. You trust that other people will keep on their, come si dice, on their row, and not put you in danger. This is trust. It's a predictable environment. And we learn often from this so-called cultural problems that people do not trust the system when the system becomes unpredictable for them. Because everybody is talking about, your mother is going to die, what do you think? We are at the end of our possibilities. So, and this leads to regularly to this exacerbation of ethical conflict. But when we speak in the level of trust and not of culture, we then would ask, what do you need to feel safe? That you do not have to tell us 10 times a day that our mother is going to die. We see it. And then the discourse is completely different. What are meaningful goals of care? So this issue of culture disappears regularly. And we have, yes, you have ethical principles we all share. We have many we do not share. But I think, yes, many values are commonsensical across the cultures, and this is also the strongest weapon against relativism. I think we have good reasons to be relativists, but we have also good reasons in clinical ethics to show the values we share. And when there is evidence that the patient is suffering, and sometimes there is evidence, then we should not refrain from claiming that the suffering is effectively addressed. Because sometimes what I know from experience is that doctors and nurses portray the suffering of the patient. You do not see how your mother is suffering in order to motivate the family for a change of therapeutic objectives. This is not fair, because suffering is used as a means to put pressure on the family, who doesn't see how the patient is suffering at the end. Or when we say, yes, I have sworn an oath, Hippocratic oath, and I cannot justify what you are pretending from the system. This is also not fair, because the family is put under pressure, and this will inevitably lead to this exacerbation. So I think we should acknowledge value difference, and sometimes there is this constellation of rational disagreement between the family and the healthcare system. But in these situations, from my experience, you have always health professionals who share the family's opinion, because it's a rational disagreement. And then we should be able to have a plurality of options, and to accompany the patient to change the institution. So this would be a legitimate reason for referral. I don't know if I was able to answer your questions. Okay. Thank you.
Hello, thank you each of you for your presentations. My question's for Professor Ma. It kind of carries on from the first question asked, and I'm thinking in the context of the UK, really. You concluded by saying there was a worry that AI might become more of companions, but in the UK we've got quite an issue of loneliness in older adults, and I'm just wondering what your view is on AIs maybe combating this issue. Do you think the benefits outweigh the cons on these people who might not talk to anybody for days?
Sorry, can you just speak a little louder?
A little bit louder, sorry, yeah.
Sorry.
It sort of follows on from the first question asked to you. You concluded by saying that you were worried about AIs being more companions, but in the context of the UK, there's quite a big issue of loneliness among older adults, some who might go days without speaking to anybody. And I'm just wondering what your view is on AIs maybe combating this issue of loneliness.
How AI combat Can I come back to this question later? Yeah, I need to formulate my ideas. Sorry. Yeah, I'll come back to you.
While Professor Ma reflects on that one, I'd like to offer a reply to Professor Monteverde's discussion that you just had. If I can offer a perspective from Canada, where we labor heavily over this notion of culture, and that Canada is massively reliant on migration. and we have a huge migrant newcomer proportion to base population. And the way we think about multiculturalism is to try to, and I'm saying we, the work that's going on in healthcare ethics within Canada is trying to push a shift away from cultural difference to cultural diversity, to think of societal pluralism as an ideal. And some of the ethics work in this area, particularly looking at the points you were just discussing, well, I see two concerns, and that relates to trust and to respect. In many contexts, there are, in some situations, there is an opportunity to develop trust over time, but in many contexts, we have what is referred to by some as obligatory trust, like in the ICU, in the ER, where it's not authentic trust. Trust is normally formed over time by trial and error, and you test out the trustworthiness of the other, and you either bring down your guards or you raise them. And so we're often in the context of obligatory trust, therefore not authentic trust. And another dynamic that arises frequently in an intercultural encounter is a seeking of respect. I want you to respect my beliefs, respect my values, do everything you can because we believe in the sanctity of life. And I draw heavily on the work of philosopher Charles Taylor, who published a book called Multiculturalism, The Politics of Recognition. And within it, he develops this notion of intercultural respect is essentially not achievable because it's very hard to respect a perspective that is truly diverse from your own. And it sets us up for conflict, disagreement, disappointment. And so he pushes for rather recognition that it is not really achievable to be able to respect another's view, but they merit our attention to try to recognize, to acknowledge, to understand. And we do the best we can to get why life is so valuable to you, to get why you have an objection to blood transfusions or any other type of diverse perspective, and that's an important priority for healthcare ethics. Any reflections on that?
Can I just add something?
To this point, or
yeah, to your point.
Sure.
Yeah,
go ahead.
I think there's a tendency, there's also problematic tendency to use culture as an excuse to justify some of the unethical activities. As you may already know that a few years ago, China has there's a very notorious experiment on genome editing babies who were born in China, in Shenzhen, that some of the local Chinese bioethicists and some scientists within China, they say that we have our distinctive philosophical background, we have our own China culture, which is different from the international bioethics guidelines. That's why it's not a big problem in China. So a lot of people just use culture difference as an excuse to, justify this kind of unethical experiment. But actually, it's because we don't have a tradition. There's informed consent autonomy is not deeply embedded within Chinese culture. But that doesn't mean our Confucianism is incompatible with the international ethics guidelines. Even though we couldn't find the equivalent word of autonomy, respect, or informed consent within the Chinese culture, it's actually totally compatible with what's being accepted international bioethics research ethics guidelines. So that's these kind of excuses using cultures excuses is not cannot represent the bioethics voices in China. Yeah.
Thanks. Did you?
Yes, I think so. In a globalized world, we need a minimal ethical universalism to work together, to live together. We should have the same opinion on slavery, on death penalty, and so on. Otherwise, we cannot seriously work together. So this is the base. I think when we speak about culture, of course there is this aspect of cultural identity which shapes us, but there is also the factual culture of healthcare, to do things like it is done. And this is the worst enemy to fight against. The logic of DRG, I do not know in Italy how the health system is financed, these diagnosis-related groups. The fact that you earn more money when you dismiss patients from the hospital at the earliest moment possible and send them at home, irrespective of the possibilities to care they have at home, for example. This is an incentive, and this is also part of a culture. And so, and we should address these cultural issues where we have a very quick agreement sometimes on the words, which makes things worse, and should address this kind of implicit culture or logic of the system, not to forget the patient-centeredness or the individuality of care, which is the most important outcome measure, as I learned from you yesterday, Rita. So this part of culture is the most difficult to address, I think, and nurses should have a much louder voice as they have, actually.
Professor De Moranis?
Sì, mi sembra che queste riflessioni siano assolutamente, come dire, fondanti. Noi parliamo della necessità di metterci in dialogo tra culture diverse, ma credo che uno degli aspetti, come dire, che precede tutto questo è proprio questo dialogo tra la cultura sanitaria e la cultura del singolo paziente, perché questo è uno dei motivi di problematiche, no? Più grandi. Lei accennava appunto ai DRG, ma nel settore delle cure palliative vediamo molti medici che ancora non sono in grado di capire che il paziente va informato al momento della diagnosi, non al momento, no? Poi di questa parte finale. C'è un problema molto grande che noi come dire, tocchiamo nella cultura di tutti i professionisti sanitari, ed è proprio quello del rapporto con la morte. Questo è un tema di cui nessuno parla, no? Nella formazione di medici e infermieri tutto sembra che si possa risolvere, che la malattia sia qualcosa di, come dire, una battaglia che si vince sempre, e nessuno sta sviluppando nella cultura dei professionisti sanitari questo senso del limite con cui ci dobbiamo quotidianamente confrontare. E io penso che questa assistenza nelle cure palliative, come dire, fa proprio sintesi, no? Di tutti questi problemi, perché ci arrivano in un momento in cui il tempo è proprio poco per ricostruire un cammino. Facevo accenno nella mia relazione alla pianificazione anticipata delle cure. Questa è una possibilità che abbiamo proprio per dire che culture diverse, ma anche culture diverse all'interno della stessa cultura, delle stesse culture, hanno bisogno di tempo, hanno bisogno di dialogo, hanno bisogno proprio di costruire quel terreno di fiducia e di autenticità senza il quale davvero è difficile qualsiasi cosa.
Thank you, Professor De Moranis. I think your comments really highlight the importance of resisting the temptation of equating culture with ethnicity. And you've highlighted very nicely that, in fact, healthcare teams, healthcare systems can be a cultural system where there are shared beliefs, practices, values that are passed on from generation to generation, which may or may not also be related to ethnicity type of cultural outlooks.
Okay. Thank you, panel. Fascinating discussion and becoming more interesting as we progress. Thank you. I come in first. I suppose nursing ethics, we might say in relation to palliative care, end of life as well, we treat often, we cure sometimes, only sometimes. We care always, and we abandon never. That is absolutely critical. I want to say that first. But I think the direction of travel for the conversation is towards a universalizable framework for nursing ethics. And one of the huge challenges, it strikes me as you speak, is autonomy it doesn't work across all cultures, I know that, but particularly during the pandemic, autonomy was suppressed so much. And I think given the global challenges, my question is, will autonomy survive? Are we now moving to a more utilitarian, communitarian, solidarity-focused ethics? So my question to the panel is, how do you position autonomy in relation to other values? And if we are to have a universalizable ethical framework for nursing ethics, what would that look like? Excuse me, huge questions, but thank you.
Professor Monteverde, you had a hand up.
Yeah, I think this is a crucial question. I do not have an answer, but maybe a perspective. So the more complex medicine gets, the less medicine is able to answer the fundamental question of what is a reasonable patient. What does he want? What are her needs? So the patient is the unique authority to set the limits of medicine. Medicine is not able to do so, otherwise there would be no progress, no research. And I think we should think about autonomy not as a privilege, but as a genuine necessity of medicine to keep in pace with the interests of society. Otherwise, medicine itself loses its goals. So I would try to shift away from thinking about autonomy like a kind of hubris, but as a necessity, because medicine cannot set its own limits. Patients have to be enhanced to recognize what they want from the system. And it is vital to have autonomy secured within the system. So this would be my approach, basically.
È una domanda veramente molto difficile e diciamo che nel settore delle cure palliative l'autonomia è essenziale al paziente, parlo in questo contesto ma possiamo estendere a qualsiasi altro contesto. L'autonomia è fondamentale perché attraverso la centralità del paziente e la sua capacità di autodeterminarsi che noi riusciamo come infermieri a fare una buona cura. Il problema è che in molte culture questo concetto si confronta con altri principi, no? Per esempio quello della sacralità della vita, quindi come mettere in dialogo questi due principi, dove finisce l'uno e dove inizia l'altro. Sono questioni davvero che richiedono una grande riflessione. L'autonomia la riconosciamo come fondamentale. In Italia, nel dibattito etico, no? Troviamo che questo principio, che rimane come dire un faro al 99,% di tutte le decisioni, ad un certo punto trova come confronto, no? Quest'idea di sacralità della vita, oltre il quale l'autonomia potrebbe trovare un limite. Quindi si tratta di capire come un principio si rapporta dall'altro, e sono proprio molto d'accordo sul fatto che è una questione davvero molto difficile, è un dibattito, è un dialogo, e penso che è proprio qui che dobbiamo insistere nella nostra formazione, aiutare gli infermieri che con il tempo aumentano il loro grado di autonomia stessa, di autonomia professionale, quindi sono sempre più chiamati a fare delle scelte che in passato non potevano fare. È proprio qui che abbiamo bisogno di una riflessione, di un pensiero critico che si sviluppa continuamente per evidenziare quali sono i limiti dell'uno e i limiti dell'altro e come io mi pongo di fronte al limite, cioè quale valore io assumo come riferimento e come lo faccio dialogare con il valore dell'altro. Questo mi sembra, no, che sia una prospettiva da considerare. Grazie.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and I think in Confucian culture, everybody is interrelated and also interdependent. So the smallest unit in Confucian society is a family, it's not individuals. But I think that it's changing also in the Chinese societies. People's awareness of and perception of autonomy is growing, actually is developing. I give you an example. A few decades ago, when in clinical medicine, there's a very difficult situation to telling the bad news to the patient. Traditionally, the doctors will only directly tell the children, especially the adult children, of the bad news, like cancer, because the doctors are afraid of bring any psychological trauma to the patient, and also it's not the traditional way of breaking the bad news. But time is changing these years, especially it's written in the law that the patient has to be the first contact point to receive the bad news. The doctors are not allowed. The doctor should not tell the spouse, the husband, wives, or the children first. They should tell the patient directly at the first point. And a lot of Chinese older people, they are actually welcome this change. They wanted to be informed of the bad news, that they can plan for the limited future of their lives. Yeah, I think it's a good move. Yes.
Thank you. That was a very rich exchange. Thank you for the question. Oh, okay, over here in the front.
Hello. I would like to deepen a little the conversation about what Professor De Marinis said before about family involvement in palliative care, which is, I think, is a critical matter to study and to, I don't know, deepen and understand better. The first thing is that at the moment I feel like we do need to involve the family also into education. And I was really amazed yesterday in one of the parallel sessions where I learned about a work in the Modena University where they are involving the patient perspective into education. Dr. De Luca was moderating the session, and we had a talk about it. It's amazing, and maybe we could try to broaden this perspective, this model also to family caregivers, and to raise more perspective into our education. And I would like to ask you, what do you think about it? And the second thing is that while we speak about it theoretically, as Professor Monteverde said before, we also have to face a practical way to transfer it into clinical practice. I feel that sometimes we are even trying to involve patients, especially maybe in our profession, because we spend very much time with the patient and also talking with the family, but sometimes it's really hard to involve them because we don't have actually a DRG or a focus that allow us to take care also for the carers of our patient. So I would like to ask you, I know it's another somehow hard question, but how can we manage it? How can we advocate for it in higher session where decision-making process is taken, and maybe we can guide somehow the management of the healthcare system to taking into consideration also these needs that reflect on the care of our patients themselves.
Bene, questo tema della famiglia è davvero centrale, no? Sia nella nostra formazione, senz'altro, perché dobbiamo, come dire, segnare un cambio di passo, non più una formazione centrata soltanto sul singolo individuo, di cui sappiamo tutto, anatomia, fisiologia, eccetera, eccetera, e questo significa anche avere come dire, un allargamento sempre meno riduttivo della nostra cultura sanitaria. E in questo momento a me sembra una cosa interessante porre la questione di cosa, un po' la questione che avevo posto nelle slide, di come intanto le istituzioni riconoscono la centralità della famiglia nel nostro percorso. Io credo che, adesso non so nei vari piani di implementazione delle politiche del PNRR, sta sorgendo molto la questione della assistenza territoriale e quindi dell'assistenza domiciliare e quindi della famiglia. Credo che come infermieri dobbiamo porre la questione. I caregiver io li ho chiamati e li continuo a chiamare gli eroi silenziosi, perché danno non sono centrali perché noi ci occupiamo di loro, sono centrali perché loro danno una mano a noi, no? È un po' una trasposizione di funzioni che in qualche modo deve essere riconosciuta. Noi sappiamo che questo carico è principalmente sulle donne che lavorano e spesso sono costrette a lasciare il lavoro per assistere, per supportare i pazienti a casa. Molto spesso sono persone anziane che non hanno neanche forze ed energie più di assistere il loro coniuge altrettanto malato. Quindi è un problema della professione che sposta culturalmente l'attenzione, ma è proprio un problema delle istituzioni che devono riconoscere da un punto di vista normativo, economico, questa funzione straordinaria di cui in futuro non potremmo fare proprio più a meno, perché non ci sono più, almeno nel nostro paese, non ci sono più giovani che costituiscono sia forza di lavoro sia aiuto in famiglia. Per cui questa questione, credo, io adesso qui non ho una risposta, no? Ma pongo l'attenzione alla formazione in ambito sanitario per tutti, non soltanto per noi perché non possiamo fare un discorso di settore, ma questo della famiglia è davvero un discorso di formazione che va allargato a tutti i a tutti gli studenti delle facoltà sanitarie. E poi è un problema, secondo me, proprio legislativo, normativo di riconoscimento del ruolo e dell'importanza che la famiglia dà all'assistenza sanitaria.
I neither have a direct answer, but of course, why is this issue particularly relevant today? Because we have 3 years of corona behind us and enormous forgetfulness of the family in the healthcare system. And the first step was to declassify family members as visitors, put together with all the possible visitors, technicians, and so on. And we have still not recuperated. How do you say in English? Recuperato.
Recovered.
The status quo ante, and so this would be the first step to recognize again what the value of the family is, because it's not obvious, and as long as they're considered as visitors, and we have many nursing homes who have still not normalized visiting hours. And the second point is, and this is a challenge in clinical ethics also, that in the process of deliberating decision-making, we always ask the question, how can we strengthen the family as the most important unit of care for the patient in our decisions? Because sometimes we have decisions that naturally lead to a split of the family. And here we should be very cautious and really ask us, how can we avoid this split, especially at the end of life, where this always has traumatic consequences to strengthen the but these are principles of family nursing, yeah? Well known from the US, the Calvary model, all the other models, and we have a lot of evidence showing the benefits of a thinking family in the healthcare system. Yeah.
If I may add a perspective from Canada, and I apologize, maybe I'm being too imposing as a moderator, but following from the education focus in the question and comments that you made, when I think over the last, say, 25 years, when we think about how in nursing education do we talk about and learn about culture, in the early days we used models relating like cultural competency, cultural humility, cultural awareness. Nowadays, the dominant, and this builds on Professor Monteverde's talk and a term in his title, we draw on a framework from New Zealand, and that's cultural safety. And cultural safety calls us to be attentive not only to the diversity perspectives that we're talking about here, but to be mindful that some cultural groups live within a significant power differential where there are systemic colonization structures that perpetuate social injustice, and that nursing and nursing societal commitment needs to be oriented towards promoting social justice within a culturally safe, using a cultural safety framework. We have 4 more minutes, so we can probably squeeze in one more with, we have a return questioner.
Yes, I am a philosopher. So I just wanted to ask you what you, so I think one challenge we're thinking about cultural difference perspectives and also in problematizing in a kind of ethical sense is the threat of polarization. So we have had the principle of autonomy that came up, but there is another way of thinking about these questions in terms of social epistemology, in terms of knowledge, sources of knowledge. So one aspect of values difference from a purely epistemological point of view is that it allows us to become aware of our own blind spots. I mean, we all have our assumptions in the way, not only how we see the world, but also what we take to be relevant, clinically salient, and of importance in any situation. So I think one opportunity of thinking about pluralism in this sense is to really follow through on the best development in the philosophy of science from the 1990s onwards that really says that there is no outside in all of our knowledge-gaining capacities. And it's not an adversational point of view, it's just that by engaging with other points of view, you become aware of things that you perhaps were not aware of. So I invite your comments on that, of thinking of culture in epistemological ways, as opposed to in terms of managing risk and so forth.
So 2 minutes left, so succinct replies, please.
I have definitely no answer to your questions, but I think it shows that the things we're talking about reflect the tension between social sciences, natural sciences, and clinical sciences in the domain of healthcare. And it's a motivation to challenge the assumptions when we encounter them at the bedside. So thank you very much.
Beh, anch'io non ho una risposta, posso soltanto dire appunto che considero tutti questi aspetti così interessanti, diversi, come davvero un viaggio che riporta ciascuno di noi a una conoscenza migliore di se stessi, degli altri e delle culture. Non trovo un'altra strada se non quella di viaggi e percorsi personali che portano noi stessi verso gli altri. Questo credo che possa essere il nostro auspicio.
I think culture is we cannot assume culture is something like a static. It's just stubborn. But actually, culture is it's changing and it's dynamic. It's different. For example, China. We always think China is a monolithic. Is like it's not. China has there's a lot of plurality within China, and Confucianism, a lot of people don't believe that Confucianism is a dominant culture. There's also the Taoism and the Buddhism and the communist values. So it's a mixture and a combination of historical and also philosophical different origins mixed together, and they are sometimes competing, combined or interact with each other. So people, for example, my parents, their generation would be heavily influenced by the communist values. but people born during the after 2000 would be much more embracing the Western, more liberal, individualized, oriented cultures. So we need to acknowledge the diversity and richness and the plurality of culture in every society. Yeah. Thank you.
In closing, I want to start first by thanking all of you for the rich discussion, your presence, particularly in light of sleep deprivation and other physiological disruptions relating to our late evening activities yesterday. And I want to especially thank our panelists for your generosity of ideas and for this opportunity to exchange across a rich international perspective. Thank you. Thank you.
morning parallel session. We have 5 presentations in this section. I'm the moderator with Giulia Gallese. This is in the audience the space. And she helps us also with some questions and also with the time, so to have the right to respect the time that we have. So this is this session about describing and supporting ethical aspect of palliative and of life care. And the first presenter is Viviana Fusetti. Please go to the stage.
Okay.
So I would like to have a short presentation of yourself, so a name and your role, your organization, so the audience can know you, and then we can start your presentation in 15 minutes.
Of course. First of all, thank you very much for giving me the chance to talk to you today. I'm Viviana Fusetti. I'm a nurse of the National Cancer Institute of Milan and a PhD student of Roma Tor Vergata University. And today I'm presenting the results of our scoping review about the advocacy role of case manager nurses in advanced cancer palliative care. Modern healthcare industry have to deal with a progressive shrinkage of available resources, which forces stakeholders to develop policies based on standardization. The matter is that while standardization is the most logical answer to address the need of the most, it inevitably has a dark side. In order to work, it addresses the concern of a vast majority of people, but many of them that are not considered representative are left behind. This portion of patients include, for example, minorities, such as gender or ethnical group, people with impaired autonomy, people that have to deal with social inequalities, such as homeless or carers. Just think about a patient that has also to take care of their husband, wife, son, maybe old parent. And generically speaking, all the people whose lack of knowledge of the healthcare system and their disease also doesn't allow them to access the healthcare path in an empowered position, but only to follow the indication of clinician passively. This became an extremely relevant topic in advanced cancer care, where the high burden of the symptoms and the consequence of the disease, both on the economical level of the patient and also of the healthcare system, and the progression of disease that is slowly but inevitably taking time from them to cope with the healthcare path, forces us to think about an ethical priority for our patient, which is fostering inclusion and empower their choices through advocacy. Nowadays, a role seems, in particular, perfectly fit the purpose, which is not a new role, is the nursing case management. It's born in the 70s and was described as a collaborative process of assessment, planning, facilitation, and advocacy for option and service to meet an individual holistic need through communication and available resources to promote quality, cost-effective outcome. This is definition, and it's an old role that already exists, but how advocacy is pursued during clinical practice of case manager nurses is yet to be defined, yet to be observed and quantified, and became the purpose of this scoping review, where we tried to map the component of case management nursing intervention specifically addressed to patient advocacy. Following the Joanna Briggs Institute guideline for scoping research, we consulted 6 biomedical databases, and the results were screened for title, abstract, and full text, and primary studies regarding case management nursing intervention performed in cancer palliative care setting were considered eligible for inclusion. Data were extracted and presented with a narrative synthesis. Only 7 studies from the more than 1,000 initially retrieved were focused on a reasonably near topic. We based ourselves on the advocacy in nursing mid-range theory developed by Boo in 2007. And with that tool performed a thematic analysis where we identified all the activities of case management nurses and selected those referred to advocacy in particular, and rearranged them in 3 main areas, which can be synthesized as patient advocacy activities, policy advocacy activities, and information provision, generically speaking. As you can see, the subcategories, activities related on patient advocacy were focused mainly on the management of the concern and wishes of patient, their family of choices, not specifically biological family, and generically speaking, the next of kin. And on the management of the Advanced Care Directive in 2 studies on 7, actually, I have to tell you that these results have to be increased because one of the study included, which is the one of Valenti, which I can provide reference later on, had some space of deepening in the analysis, and we talk about with the author themselves and extracted more information. And management of Advanced Care Directive is 3 on 7, not 2. I have to tell it in this way. And later on, the last theme is activities addressed at personal safety of the patient. The policy advocacy included assistance to access both with the healthcare system and with the community resources, which are often forgotten and neglected in the Italian setting, but we have a wide variety of vocational institutions that can help actually patients to foster their access with the healthcare system without a money wage. And includes also all the network activities to improve integration between professionals themselves and between patient and professional. The last subcategory attribute, which is information provision, included the provision of hospice information and education and empowerment to the patient and their family. So, what we can take home from this analysis? What we can see from these activities is that everyday clinical practice in advanced cancer care doesn't relegate advocacy into raising voices on behalf of the patient. It has a practical and potentially countable activities that can be documented somehow and analyzed and studied. Yesterday, Dr. Carnevale in another parallel session commented that we as nurses are used to advocate for our patient, which is a role that we take somehow upon us. But we might start to reflect if it is really our role completely and on which extension. Well, some authors suggest that in nursing, advocacy might even be a construct to be redefined into empowerment itself, to lead a collective reasoning into a material act of advocacy, rethink about it. Instead of advocating for our patient, we could teach them to advocate for themselves, and this could help us to fit more clearly into this role. Case management activities in advanced cancer care are not unusual for nurses, of course. We are all caring for frail patients, so many of the activities of the categories you saw before are quite common. But they might be specific, as in talking about advanced directive that may raise deep ethical concern in case all the healthcare network is not aligned into purpose, ethical priorities, and focus, and serve a specific skill set from professional that should be selected accordingly and maybe undertake specific educational path. In conclusion, some advocacy activities of case management nurses were identified within the studies, and this means that those are coherently performed and observable in everyday practice. And more, we found out that specific advocacy set of activities are possible to study from the literature, and seems to be quite specific for advanced cancer palliative care. On the other side, we have few study, just little study, only 7, that documented clearly the case manager nursing role in cancer palliative care. Is a flexible role that often is under-described in the literature, and this leads to low analysis. Which means that future research should focus on enhanced description of case management activities. We need studies that combine a detailed description of the role in that specific setting and linking it to specific outcome. And more, we need to develop an evidence-based practice framework for it to foster patient autonomy and well-being in the end of life. And more, we need to develop specific charting method documentation, because this role is somehow considered a side role. So we doesn't have appropriate documentation form, and if we cannot gather data, we cannot analyze data and pursue research, fostering research on the team. So I'll leave you with these words that are from Harriet Tubman, which is a civil rights activist, that said that every great dream begins with a dreamer. Always remember, you have within you the strength, the patient to reach for the stars and change the world. Is still a work to be carried on. It's just at the beginning, but if we manage it in group, I think we can foster it more.
Thank you, Viviana, also to stay in the time. We leave you. And are there any questions from the audience? Okay, just, okay.
Thank you so much for a great presentation and interesting. You say you found 7 papers. How do you consider definition of advocacy? Did they have similar definitions or variety?
No, actually, this is a piece of work that comes from a bigger research. I deepened the focus of this analysis for the specific purpose of advocacy. But the reality is even worse, because 7 papers were actually all the papers that were first research, so not secondary literature. that referred to case management activities in cancer palliative care. That's all. So this is the set where we took all the activity, mapped all the activity. The original work mapped all the activities. Later on, we conducted an analysis on these activities consistent with the mid-range theory, and isolated the advocacy concept from them. So when I say that more research is needed, more research is needed on the definition of case management role itself. The definition of advocacy we used is consistent because it comes from the mid-range theory, so it was the same definition that we used to gather the activities from all the studies. So this is not heterogeneous somehow, it's uniform. But still, if we doesn't have studies regarding case management nurse that describe the role, but only maybe sometimes cite, okay, this work is performed by case manager. All right, it's fine, but case management activities may be extremely different between context, between realities, between culture. So if we state that an outcome is influenced by that role, and that role is so heterogeneous, we need to analyze it based on the specific activities it performs, or we will never be able to match the results with the activity itself. So actually, the case manager role itself is very strongly linked with advocacy. So it's not something so different. But if we cannot detail all the activities in our research, and in our clinical practice, this is the reason I stress the concept to develop more coherent documentation. We will never be able to state our conclusion properly.
Great. I totally agree. I was thinking while you replied to this question that in some way when nurses play their role of patient advocacy, in some way they act as nurses advocacy as well, from themselves, for the nursing, for the profession. So yeah, I totally agree with you. Okay, great.
I think it's important also because in this way our profession is seen somehow, is seen a dimension of our profession which is not constantly under the light from the social perspective. Yeah. So yes, fostering advocacy for others somehow reflect on personal advocacy.
Yeah, great, thank you. Okay, so we are going quickly to the next presenter, Erika Guido. She presents her research describing palliative care needs in cancer patients at risk of malnutrition, the restoration study. Please give a short presentation of yourself and then
thank you very much for invitation. I am Erika Guido. I am a nurse and dietitian in San Martino Polyclinic Hospital in Genoa. Study restoration, describing palliative care needs in cancer patients at risk of malnutrition. Background. The prevalence of malnutrition in cancer varies from 50 to 80%, depending on the type and the stage of the cancer. Malnutrition causes from 10 to 20% of cancer patients' death. Malnutrition has a negative impact on the quality of life, on the activity of the immune system, and on the toxicity of treatments. An approach that places the patients at the center of care and aims at addressing all physical, psychological, social, and spiritual patients' needs is fundamental. Evidence shows that early and simultaneous integration of palliative care with cancer treatments can improve quality of life, symptom severity, psychological and survival rates. Study aims Primary aim, early investigation of palliative care need in cancer patients at risk or already with proven malnutrition. Secondary, to define the level of correlation between the risk of malnutrition and the palliative care need. Investigate the evolution of palliative care need over time, specifically between the first access and after 1 month and 2 months. Methods. Study design, observational, descriptive, cross-sectional study design. Study population, adults, cancer patients who assist the malnutrition clinic or the hospital of dietetic and clinical nutrition on the San Martino Polyclinic Hospital in Genoa. Procedure, the nutritional status and need for palliative care of cancer patients were evaluated at the first time after 1 month and 2 months. Outcome measure, IPOS. IPOS assists needs of the last week, problems or concerns, symptoms, psychological, personal or economic practical problems deriving from the sick. Outcome measure, nutritional state. During the visit, a lot of data were collected to evaluate the nutritional state, such as, for example, appetite evaluation, malnutrition assessment with GLIM criteria, anthropometric and body composition, and food history and food intake. Data collection is ongoing. Data collection started last May. 45 questionnaires were collected. In this slide, show the demographic and clinical data of patients involved in the study. Preliminary results show that most of the patients were male. The mean age was 68. The prevalence in oncological diagnosis was head and neck. Most of patients received chemotherapy. Nutritional data results. It's important to note that the majority of patients lost weight. Malnutrition was present in 87%. Appetite mean score was 5, so very low. Now I show the most important results of IPOS. The main symptoms reported by patients were fatigue, appetite loss, insomnia, pain, dyspnea, constipation, mobilization, oral cavity, nausea, vomiting in only 11%. As you can see in the graphic, the 33% of the patients did not have anxiety, while 38% had anxiety sometime, and also 38% had anxiety most of the time. Question 4. The graphic shows that 20% of family had anxiety always, and 31% had anxiety most of the time. Question 5. The graphic shows the percentage of patients from depression. 38% sometime. The other questions analyze the spiritual aspects. A Likert scale has been used. Feeling at the peace with yourself in only 11% always, in 30% most of the time. Possibility of sharing feeling with family always in 27%, in 56% most of the time. 51% of the patients received completeness of the information always. Question 9. Investigate practical, personal or economic problems. In 56 patients did not have any problems. Point for reflection. Many patients showed both physical and psychological needs. 87% reported anxiety. Multidisciplinary and holistic care is essential. These preliminary results suggest that nurses have room for addressing palliative care needs through physical, psychological, social, spiritual nursing care. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the audience about this study? Please.
I notice that the patients need to talk about their illness and the problems. It's important do attention not only the sick, but all physical, psychological, spiritual needs.
Yeah, we can say that in some way when patients are evaluated, are assessed by a structured questionnaire, we give the patient the chance to share their needs in some way. So yeah, this is important, and also the anxiety that arises from your result, your preliminary result is interesting, and we'd like to know then how to address this need. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you. So the next presenter is Wasim Abu Atum. He is presenting research, views, attitudes, and reported practices on nephrology nurses regarding shared decision-making in end-of-life care. You have 15 minutes. Please present yourself for your presentation.
So, hi for everyone. My name is Wasim Abu Atum, and I am from Israel, from Nazareth. And I work in the dialysis unit and infectious unit in IMEC Medical Center, Afula. I am presenting my thesis in master's degree. The title is Views and Attitudes of Nephrology Nurses in Shared Decision-Making at End-of-Life Care for End-Stage Renal Disease Patients. And my supervisor is Professor Daniel Sperling. I can't see it here. Can you help me, please? I'm trying to move it.
Yeah, I think with the... Okay, yeah, just to click.
Okay, thank you. So a little bit background. At first, the definition of end-stage renal disease, it's the final stage of chronic kidney disease. It refers to kidney replacement therapy, which is used to substitute the function of failing kidney. Patients usually do dialysis due to hypertension, diabetes, and congestive heart failure, and other diseases also. There are 6 treatment modalities: kidney transplantation, hemodialysis, peritoneal dialysis, suboptimal dialysis, dialysis in older patients, and conservative care. There is highly relevant to palliative care in pre-dialysis and dialysis sessions. In case of significant burden and poor quality of life, the recommendation is conservative care and symptoms control. There is need to, so shared decision making and informed decision making are highly recommended. Shared decision-making is a consultation process between the clinician and the patient. It is suggested by the American Renal Physicians Association. On the other hand, in European countries and in Israel, it is not implemented, and there is no specific guidelines. Okay, there are 4 shared decision-making approaches. The first is paternalist, the second is informative, the third is interpretive, and institutionalist. So I divided it into 2 sections. The paternalist and the institutionalist advocate initiation of dialysis as a measure of success. The informative and the interpretive advocate patient engagement, quality of life, aligning patients' values with treatment. The nurses' views on SDM. Nurses play an important role in providing patients and their families with emotional support. Nurses hear patients' requests regarding treatment, including to withdraw or withhold from dialysis. Nurses perceive themselves as filling an important and complementary role in physician decision-making. And nurses' behaviors include checking the quality of decisions and facilitating SDM process. Another literature about attitudes of nephrology nurses. Nurses play a key role in discussing, delivering, and managing end of life. An increase in advanced practice nurses in the US, while in Israel it is in early stages. Nephrology nurses are less confident than physicians in conducting difficult end-of-life related conversations. And nurses were found to have limited knowledge for discussing advanced care planning with end-of-life patients and their family. Yet, those who received related training reported feeling confident in engaging such conversations. Okay, some barriers to discussing end-of-life care. Oh, sorry. I think there is a problem here. I have a problem here. I have to click on one, and I can't see it. Maybe like this. Sorry. Maybe like this. No, also. Okay, I don't know why.
It's because it's a PDF.
I tried it at home and it was okay. I don't know. How I can enlarge now?
Do you have the PPT files?
Ah, okay, that's it.
If you have it, you can use the PowerPoint file.
No, that's it. Okay, the research question and the purposes. The research question is to what extent do nephrology nurses pursue an SDM model while managing ethical dilemmas and clinical discretion pertaining to end-of-life care of end-stage renal patients in Israel? The two purposes is to measure the frequency, extent, characteristics, and factors encouraging or inhibiting the use of SDM at end-of-life care for these patients. The second one is to explore the decisional conflicts, ethical dilemmas, and sources of decision-making pertaining to end-of-life care for end-stage renal disease patients. Okay, the methods. We used a descriptive quantitative approach. The research population were nephrology nurses working in hospital dialysis clinics and in community private dialysis in Israel, in all the country. The research tool was a cross-sectional validated questionnaire on end-of-life care for end-stage renal disease patients, and it was took from the literature. Okay, the data collection is online and printed survey was sent to and completed by 444 nephrology nurses across the country by social media, WhatsApp groups, and snowball sampling. The data analysis was descriptive and inferential statistics and the ethical considerations. The research was approved by the Research Ethics Committee at the Faculty of Social Welfare and Health Sciences at the University of Haifa. Okay, the results. About 37 of the participants was males and 63 was females. The average age was 45. About nationality, 53% were Jewish and 47 Arabs. And about religion, 53 were Jewish, 36 Muslims, and about 11 Christians. About work experience, it was 14 years of work experience, and they were 50% of them were from public hospital and 38 from the north of the country. Okay, about 81% of the nurses strongly agree that the decision making is a process of partnership, and 66% strongly agree that the decision making process is flexible. Okay, the main barriers to collaboration between teams. The main two barriers were the fragmentation of care and the specialists who work in separate locations. Okay, about 1/3 of the nephrology nurses inquires with a dying end-stage renal disease patients about his preferences for dying if it is at home or hospital, and asks end-stage renal disease patients about religious and cultural beliefs related to end of life. And also a third of them ask about advance directives or power of attorney. And also about a third holds a discussion about quality of life with end-stage renal disease patients. Okay, here we can see that nurses who provide patient-centered care and collaborate with interdisciplinary teams will be involved in shared decision-making, and nurses with a greater training in end-of-life care will report more SDM involvement also. We found a negative correlation between palliative care and the SDM. Nurses who refer more patients to palliative care report lower involvement in SDM. Okay, the discussion. as we talked before, about 1/3 of nephrology nurses implement SDM models. Nephrology nurses who receive training related to advanced care planning report feeling comfortable and confident engaging in end-of-life discussions. A gap was seen between what response declare and what they actually do in relation to SDM practices at end-of-life care. In Canada and the US, the role of nephrology nurses is to promote positive experiences among palliative care patients, to assist patients in decision-making and initiate discussions about death and dying. As we talked before also, a significant correlation was seen between patient-centered care and involvement in SDM. This highlights the importance of implementing a patient-centered care approach and among healthcare professionals, as well as the importance of SDM as a means of promoting patient-centered care. A positive correlation was found between end-of-life training and involvement in SDM, and this is in line with the previous studies. Nephrology nurses are not always involved in SDM process, yet they are expected to have professional and ethical responsibility to provide patient-centered care and referrals to palliative care and end-of-life programs, and are considered a key source of managing and delivering such care. Okay, conclusions. Nephrology nurses in Israel don't tend to implement SDM models in end-of-life care, healthcare. Nephrology nurses tend to make decisions about dialysis withholding or withdrawal and about referrals to palliative care without including the end-of-life patients or family. Improved SDM and collaborations with interdisciplinary teams and between teams and their patients could advance care quality and offer treatment options, including palliative care. Nephrology programs should develop and conduct training programs on palliative care and SDM for medical and nursing students and professionals, especially in end-of-life care. Any questions? And I want to thank Minerva Center for Interdisciplinary Study of End-of-Life at Tel Aviv University. I'm studying in the University of Haifa, but I took the fund from Tel Aviv University. And thanks for the Cheryl Spencer Research Center for the master's program grant in the University of Haifa. Thank you all.
Great. Thank you. Any questions from the audience? Okay, I have one. I was wondering how many domains the questionnaire have.
How many?
Domains, the dimensions.
Dimensions?
The questionnaire, how many items, and if the questionnaire is just one dimension or more than one?
It was four dimensions, and it was took from the literature of I can't remember the names of the researchers, but it was four.
Okay, so 4 dimensions.
Yes.
Okay. Great. Some comments? Okay, you can go on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
So the next presenter is Chiara Cosentino. She's going to present her work, Expressive Writing as Tool Supporting Palliative Care Health Professionals, a Research Line. Please present yourself at the beginning.
Yes, so hello. Sorry for my voice. I'm Chiara Cosentino. I'm a clinical psychologist, and I work within the Interprofessional Research Group at the Department of Medicine and Surgery at the University of Parma. And so today I'm very happy to share with you the work we've been carrying on the expressive writing as a tool supporting palliative care professionals. And of course, we started to have an interest in this topic starting from this background. Of course, palliative care professionals rely on their emotional and moral strength to approach patient care with empathy and compassion, which is something that belongs to every kind of nurses and health professionals. But of course, palliative care professionals dig inside their inner strength to provide passionate care. And thus they may experience burnout from the demands of their job. And also literature told us that self-care and self-awareness could be crucial features in improving the coping skills of these health professionals, increasing personal and professional satisfaction that are key, crucial features to provide a good care, and reducing the risk of burnout. So we wanted really to support healthcare organizations in finding a valuable tool to really address these emotional needs. Also because in the Italian context, most of the time in the healthcare organizations, there is a lack of funding or a lack of focus on these topics, but it's something that actually has to be tackled with strength, really to prevent also some effects as intention to leave and burnout and these emotional side effects. So we dig in literature and we found as a tool, as a valid tool, expressive writing, which have proven to be effective in supporting emotional processing of past traumatic or difficult events. The first who developed this approach was Penn Baker, and who also demonstrated the physical and mental benefits of expressive writing. And interesting fact, the first studies were focused on the physical effect, so reducing of physical signs of stress and distress coming to heart rate or other physical signs of distress. And later on in literature, we can find a lot of studies which just showed how this tool was useful to take care of the person, helping processing trauma, promoting self-care, enhancing coping skills. And this was applied to many different contexts, talking about age, from children to elderly, or different pathological or disease, or people affected by disease, oncological patients, chronic diseases, HIV. But it was also applies to teachers and other figures caring for others. So lots of applications, but no applications to the healthcare professionals. So as this also helps in reducing pain and fatigue in people following this protocol, we thought it was the case to try to apply this protocol, this instrument, to palliative care health professionals. So this was the overall purpose of this research line, to assess the effectiveness of expressive writing in promoting well-being of palliative care professionals. And the different projects focused on different objectives, of course. So in the first project, we evaluated how it impacted organizational variables. Second project, impact on individual well-being, and third project, discovering the emotional changes emerging during the expressive writing protocol. So the first project that we carried on in 2019 was evaluating the effects of expressive writing on organizational variables. It was an explorative study, and all of our studies are, of course, an exploration of this phenomenon. And the design was a quantitative, quasi-experimental, 2x2 prospective study. We had a balanced, convenient sampling with a random assignment to two groups. The experimental group who followed the protocol of expressive writing, that means we asked the participants to write about an event focusing on their emotions, reaching a sort of stream of consciousness, not caring about grammar, structure, facts, but really digging into as much as they could into their emotional state. On the other hand, we asked the control group to write for the same amount of time and for the same number of sessions about some procedures, professional procedures they were involved in, just describing them them without digging into emotions. We had, of course, 2 measurements before the intervention and after a week from the intervention. Coming to the methodology, we collected a sample of 66 professionals, different healthcare professionals, nurses, healthcare workers, physicians, psychologists, and the protocol was composed of 2 writing sessions lasting 15 minutes with an interval of 1 to 3 days, and participants were asked to talk about different events for each writing sessions. What we measured as an outcome, we measured the organizational commitment with the organizational commitment questionnaire, which evaluates the 3 components of commitment, affective, normative, and continuance. Then the compassion satisfaction rating scale, the ICONUS, which evaluate climate work and working climate, and we had an ad hoc questionnaire for the evaluation of the intervention itself from the experimental group, of course. So coming to the results of this first study, no results, no significant results. There were no difference from the pre to post evaluation evaluated with the t-test, no significant difference between the groups. The only interesting data we gathered was that participants really liked this approach, this intervention. They were from positive to very positive and absolutely positive evaluation. So we were at a crossroad. What do? We stop here, we had no significance, or we go on. And we ethically decide to go on because they liked it. So we critically think about this process and we questioned ourselves. So we decided to carry it on again, same design, but different protocol and different outcome variables. So really using the same design, we reached a sample of 50 professionals, always different professionals, and we changed the protocol. So we asked them to write 3 sessions, 3 writing sessions lasting 20 minutes with an interval of 3 to 4 days in 3 weeks, and we asked them to write about always the same event, not changing, but write and write and write about the same event. Coming to the variables, we kept measuring the organizational commitment, because in the previous study we had some tendencies, even if we had no significances. Compassion satisfaction, resilience scale for adults, impact of event scale revised, and emotion thermometer, and as well their evaluation. So as we had not normally distributed data, we used non-parametric statistics, so Wilcoxon test within the sample and human Whitney test between samples. But here, yes, we found some significant differences. Actually, we found that in pre-post, in the expressive writing group, we had improving in continuance commitment, we had a significant reduction of anger, sleep disturbances, seeking for help, and a reduction of hyperarousal linked to the event, and of course of the total scoring of the impact of the event scale. And also we found that comparing the 2 groups, the expressive writing group had a lower level of intrusiveness of the event after the intervention. So we were quite satisfied from these measures that actually told us, yes, it has been an effective intervention, but we felt the urgency to dig into it, so we changed the approach, changed the design for the 3rd project, and we went into the qualitative methodology. So we applied qualitative research with interpretative phenomenological analysis of the writings we gathered during the first study. So we had we analyzed 50 expressive writings, 25 from time 0 and 25 at time 1. The protocol was the one we had in the first study, so 2 sessions. Our analysis was, we followed this analysis, the interpretative phenomenological analysis, so we had the development of units of general meaning, then processing of sub-themes, elaboration of the themes, and we made a meaning shift to evaluate the changes which were there between the two writing sessions. So we identified three main topics: team, caring, and emotions, which had a change, a shift between the two sessions, and a topic, experiential baggage, which was present only in the first session. So here you see some details about our results and the shifts. For in the team topic, we shifted from being in the team to growth of the team, difficulty in the team due to the absence of dialogue, difficulty in the team despite the dialogue. In the caring topic, simpler communication gestures became more complex communication gestures, difficulty in caring for the patient. It's still difficult, but the strategies are found. A lot of shifts in emotions. Suffering must be filtered, became suffering is not held back. Empathic but detached, become involved to grow professionally and personally. Satisfaction given by a single event in the care relationship became satisfaction given by the management of the complexity. And helplessness in connection with the decision of the others became helplessness linked to the inevitable evolution of the situation. While the experience baggage, which was composed by strategies to contain sufferings, disappeared in the second session, letting us glimpse that maybe as they elaborated these emotions, they did not need to shield themselves from these emotions. So in conclusion, expressive writing triggered significant impact in the emotional processing of challenging events, a transformation in their ability to frame and process associated emotions, and an increase in the level of commitments towards their organization. Of course, we had some limitations. The selection of the events to be reprocessed, we didn't set some strict criteria. The changing of the format of the expressive writing protocol and a number of participant sample, which was quite restricted if we, in particular, if we consider the quantitative approach. But these lead us to new questions. Does this approach, does this protocol support trauma processing? Does it support emotion regulation? And of course, which expressive writing protocol in terms of mandate, writing session distance is the most effective? So we are moving towards future research, and now we are working on an ongoing research aiming to refine the protocols for expressive writing implementation and assess its quantitative and qualitative changes with mixed method studies. And just trying to be even more strict and precise on the mandate and of the request we ask to our participants. And of course, our aim is to develop a valid and sound instrument that can be used easily in healthcare organizations, thus ensuring a maximum benefit for those providing palliative care services. So, thank you for the attention, and of course your feedback and questions will be more than welcomed. Thank you.
Thank you. So, any questions at this point? No? Some comments? It's very interesting about this approach. And I have one question for you.
Great.
I'm interested to know if some emotions arise from the participant. If it's yes, how did you manage?
Okay.
While
they were
the
writing.
protocol, yeah.
Actually, as it was quite intense and it required a lot of time because it was 15 minutes, participants were asked to do it alone. So we did not monitor professionals while making their writings. Of course, it's a very interesting and, of course, appropriate question. And as a psychologist, I can say that maybe it would have been it would have given us a deeper understanding being there, but we had to be practical. And we had to suggest something that a healthcare organization could propose effectively to workers. And if we say, oh yes, but you have to monitor every professional when he writes down these events, of course, the cost in terms of time would be unaffordable. So we do not, let's say, control this part, but we have the outcomes, of course, and also the individual evaluation of the protocol. And as they were enthusiastic, we can hypothesize that even if emotions and strong emotions aroused during the writing sessions, somehow they were able to contain them. and to feel empowered to face their own emotions through writing. So they didn't need an external support. They could face them themselves. And this is part of the process, part of the progress.
Great. Another question. Are there any protocol for patients available?
Yes, of course. Expressive writing protocols are widely used with patients, and they are highly effective, really in processing. For example, they were used in oncological patients at different stages of the disease, after the diagnosis, for example. So asking them to write multiple times about the moment of the diagnosis communication, allow them to really process all the emotions that were inside that moment. And of course, most of the time, patients facing this kind of diagnosis, they just detach from their emotions. They go through the traditional grief stages that Kabler-Ross exposed. So it has been widely used and widely effective. That's why we chose this one to be applied on professionals.
Great, very interesting. Some comments? Because I have another question for you, sorry. No, because I was wondering if there is a role for nurses in this approach, in this protocol, from your perspective?
In these studies, nurses are the protagonists because we aim to take care of them. So this is, in this case, their role. But of course, they can have an active role. This is a quite simple protocol, and nurses could be also formed, it's not too demanding, to be able to offer it also as a strategic support. Also, why not to make their own work, especially in palliative care, a little bit lighter, because just helping the patient processing his emotions, his or her own emotions, can help reduce the burden of the nurse, who has to deal with them.
Great, thank you. Okay, so thank you for your presentation. Thank you. And we go to the last presenter of this session, Sabrina Iacono. She's presenting her project, Ethically Aware Choice, a case study of a neuro-oncology patient in clinical trials. Please give a short presentation of yourself at the beginning, Sabrina. And then you have your short presentation of yourself. Okay, great, thank you.
Good morning, I'm Sabrina Iacono, I'm a nurse. I work in Carlo Besta Neurological Institute since 6 years, and one of my activity is the development and integrated management of nursing care. Today I will I will present you a case study of a patient with glioblastoma enrolled in a clinical study. Before presenting the date of the study, I will briefly talk about the impact of a central nervous system tumor in the population both in Italy and worldwide. The 2020 data provided by the International Cancer Research Agency indicated an incidence rate of 3.1% on 100,000 inhabitants. In the international overview, Europe and North America have a higher incidence than the other countries. Data explored from the Italian registry indicated that the central nervous system tumor are rare with an incident rate of 1.6% of the total number of all other tumors. Glioblastoma belong to a heterogeneous group of brain tumors called the glioma, which include astrocytoma and oligodendrioma. Glioblastoma is a highly malignant astrocytoma. The median survival is about 15 months with the survival rates of less than 5% in 5 years after the diagnosis. As you can see from the imaging, the localization of the tumor, the glioblastoma, is in frontal and temporal lobes of the brain. Patient with glioblastoma has a poor prognosis and frequently the only possibility of treatment in the participation a clinical trial. The Neurological Institute of Carlo Besta has been for several decades a national and international point of reference for the diagnosis, treatment and research of the tumor of the central nervous system and all the disease of the neurological disease. The patients who come to our hospital are often involved in a research study. The main purpose of this research is to go deeper in the experience of the neuro-oncological patients enrolled in a clinical study. The primary goals to investigate the experience of neurological patients came from in Milan for clinical trials. The secondary objective of this study are to improve patients' care by the multidisciplinary clinical research team, to detect the perception of the neuro-oncological patients in terms of personal experience, to give centrality to the patient during the clinical trial process. I want to say that this study has been approved by the ethics committee of the hospital. The study was being conducted as the case study. Data analysis used the qualitative content analysis approach, and the man of this study is an adult patient affected by glioma, involved in the experimental study at the IRCS Carlo Besta Neurological Institute. After having signed the consent of the interview, we have recorded him in order to transcribe verbatim. We used a semi-structural interview model to guide the investigation and the analysis. The interview has three recurring non va più avanti.
There is a window on the other desk.
Okay. The interview has three recurring thematics. The most important is the support. Some of those thematics were divided in three categories. The one that aroused greater interest in terms of result is lack of information. The incomplete explanation of the study protocol revealed the patient's need for more information regarding the method of the conducted the trial. There was been a lack of involvement in the decision-making process before the signature of the informed consent. The experimenter who informed Mr. Marco has got a behavior which ethically questionable. Mr. Marco was written here tell us that had no time to understand experimental treatment, no chance to make a question, no opportunity to review his choice, no chance to understand the benefits and the risk of a treatment. To acquire informed consent in the correct way, the impact of the tumor on the body must be taken into consideration. Clinical consideration to keep in mind are localization of a tumor can give difficulty and understanding and sometimes psychiatric signs. For the ethical part of healthcare professional are responsible of answering and that the patient understand the purpose, process and potential harm and the benefits of their involvement and alternatives of perception. Clinical trial provide both oral and written information involved a complex and time-consuming consent process with by ethical principle they protect the patients involved. Advocacy as a target to represent patients' rights, interests and value, and ensuring that they are where healthcare choice. Patients' advocacy is an essential component of nursing care. The nursing is a protector of the patient's right and has to ensure that the patient consciously chooses to participate in clinical research. The organizational rule developing a relationship of trust with the patient that support him for a free, ethical and conscious choice. Research need to focus to the neurological patient's experience in the future with the involvement in the nurses' experimental trials. Thank you for attention.
Some questions? Any question from the audience? Comments? Okay. Okay, there is a question over there. Please.
Rispondo in italiano io.
She is replying in Italian, and we try to translate in English. Yeah. Okay, please.
Quindi nell'istituto dove lavoro l'unico momento in cui ci troviamo a poter svolgere questo importante ruolo è dopo la presentazione del consenso informato in realtà, perché il consenso informato attualmente viene dato dal medico che presenta il protocollo di studio. Successivamente il paziente ritorna in reparto o comunque noi lo incontriamo per esempio negli ambulatori dove comunque loro vengono ad esercitare, a fare la somministrazione vera e propria per esempio del farmaco che è oggetto di sperimentazione, e in realtà vediamo spesso che c'è molta perplessità nel paziente, loro subito firmano il consenso alla partecipazione dello studio, però successivamente noi andiamo a informarci se lui ha capito qual è effettivamente il suo ruolo all'interno dello studio, perché spesso non capiscono se sono dei questionari, se è un farmaco, e quindi nel momento in cui capiamo questo disagio andiamo a riportare al medico di intervenire nuovamente in una spiegazione più approfondita.
It seems that nurses are not involved in the informed consent process, but they realize when they see the patient in outpatient clinic that patient, most of the time, patient didn't know aspect of the trials, so they share this information with the physician again in order to address this problem. But the colleague said if the organization in some way address this issue, se l'organizzazione affronta questo aspetto.
Ci stanno provando, perché vogliono introdurre la figura del case manager che si occuperà insieme a loro dell'arruolamento anche nei protocolli di ricerca. Ok.
Sì, dico un attimo solo. It seems that the organization is trying to overcome these barriers, because it's the barriers, in order to address this, defining a case manager nurse role inside the institute, and also with a role about the patient recruitment for trials. There are some comments here.
If I can make a comment, because this is quite a similar thing that is somehow happening also in my institution. I am aware that case management role is emerging. This is the reason why I'm trying to drive attention on this role, because it needs to be explored. It's an old role, but it's getting into practice in Italy, at least now. Abroad is way more developed. The matter is that actual application in our institution is often focused on the administrative model of case management, which I found a little, I don't know how to express it, poor or limited vision of the role. So I first came into my institution formally as a case manager, but we have to be really aware to transfer the concept of case management model in the best way, because I'm really afraid that this model might be used as a bureaucrat expression of our profession, and it is important to involve it in many aspects. It might be used also in research, no problem. It may be useful, but if it's only limited into consent provision and management aspect of continuity of the study and not of the care of the patient, we may lack completely the focus. So it's more a prayer for institutions that do not develop the role only as do not perceive the role only as a facilitator of bureaucratic means in studies or a hospital bureaucracy, because this is not the scope of this role in nurses. It's much more than that.
Yeah.
Grazie. Thank you.
So there are some comments. Okay. So we get to the final of this session. So thank you for attending. And we have the lunch in a couple of minutes, so we can go to the Boccanegra Castle to enjoy the food. And thank you for attending.
parallel session. The title of this session is Moral Distress and Emotional Labor in Care Contexts. We have at the moment only two presenters, two researchers, and we will see. What I will ask to you, Georgina and Regina, if you can introduce yourself briefly, a few minutes, and then we will start the presentation. Michaela will give you the time, and 5 minutes, she will do 5, 2, and then stop. We will close one eye because you are only 2, but don't say to anybody because it's not ethical, but we will see. You might see, you might be able to finish in 15.
We'll see how we go.
Yeah, so the first presentation is Georgina Morley, Implication of the Subcategories for Mitigating Moral Distress.
Thank you. Will my slides automatically appear? They did yesterday, or should I pull them up? I don't know.
Don't count. No.
All right, there we go. F5. I did it. I remembered the F5 trick. So, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for coming to this session, trekking up the hill from lunch. I very much appreciate it. My name's Georgina Morley. I am a nurse ethicist and a member of the professional staff at the Cleveland Clinic in Cleveland, Ohio, in the US. And I also direct our newly kind of established nursing ethics program. And I'm going to be talking about the implications of the subcategories for mitigating moral distress. So there is, as I'm sure many of you are aware, kind of ongoing debate about how moral distress should be understood and how it should be defined. There are some scholars that argue that there are significant political, social, and economic reasons to maintain the narrow definition of moral distress. And they really argue that the broader definition is kind of impractical to measure and to design interventions to mitigate. So there are now kind of generally speaking these two kind of camps of scholars within the moral distress literature. So there are those that argue that we should kind of maintain this narrow definition of moral distress. So kind of stay true to Andrew Jameton's definition, in which he stated that moral distress arises when one knows the right thing to do, but institutional constraints make it nearly impossible to pursue the right course of action. So within Jameton's definition, what we see is that, you know, in order for moral distress to occur, there has to be knowledge of the right action, and then there has to be some kind of institutional constraint that makes it nearly impossible to pursue the right course of action. So we don't actually really know what the outcome is there, but we know that there's this institutional constraint. And so in 2015 was when I started my PhD work. And really the aim of my PhD was to understand kind of nurses' experiences of moral distress in the UK setting in critical care in order to inform conceptual development of the definition of moral distress. And so from that, I'm kind of arguing for this much broader definition of moral distress that states that moral distress is the psychological distress that is causally related to a moral event. So really, wherever there is psychological distress, as long as that can be causally related to a moral event, a moral problem, then I'm arguing that we should think about that as moral distress. So that's obviously a much broader kind of categorization, a much broader way of thinking about moral distress. So this is quite controversial, and there's lots of people that disagree with me, which is good. That's what we want within scholarship, is some good, rigorous disagreement and argument. So a lot of the arguments kind of against broadening the definition, they kind of come from this origin, this argument that moral distress is really this term of art, that it was designed to capture this very specific kind of narrow situation in which the nurse has identified the right thing to do and they're being institutionally constrained. And because it's a term of art, we should respect it as such and we shouldn't change its meaning. There are others that argue that really constraint is the only cause of distress, and so we should keep that narrow definition. There's others that argue that constraint is the most distressing cause, and so that's why we should keep this narrow definition. And then there's others that argue that broadening the definition makes it analytically and diagnostically meaningless. And so they would kind of argue that my broader way of thinking about moral distress dilutes it so much that it makes it impossible to kind of measure, capture, makes it impossible for us to develop interventions to then test whether we're mitigating moral distress. But there are, thankfully, some people that do also agree with me and think that we should broaden the definition of moral distress. And we argue that there are a few kind of benefits to this broader approach. So I kind of argue to the terms of arts kind of argument that really we should be changing concepts, we should be changing the meaning of concepts when there is sufficient counter-evidence. So when we have data that kind of supports that we should be thinking about a concept or a phenomenon in a different way, then we should actually change the meaning of that term. There is building evidence to suggest that constraint is not the only cause, and nor is it the most distressing cause of distress. And then I also argue, and I touched upon this a little bit yesterday during the panel session, that I think there is great utility to taking a broader approach to moral distress, because if we disassociate moral distress from this kind of knowledge of right action, then I think it actually can make us more open to hearing other people's perspectives, to hearing other moral viewpoints. And so I think that that really has the potential to kind of build and strengthen moral communities. And then one thing that I would kind of suggest, but this is still a lot of work in progress, is that potentially the subcategories can actually provide greater analytical and diagnostic precision. But we'll see how that kind of goes. So within that broader definition of moral distress, one of the things that I identified is then these different subcategories of moral distress. So this is one way to be a little bit more specific, and I think could be one way of kind of arguing against the concerns that a broader definition is analytically and diagnostically meaningless. Because actually this way we're able to pinpoint the kind of the moral event that is then causing the distress. So this was developed from the research that I conducted with UK nurses. I argued for these 5 I identified in the data and then have provided some arguments as to why we should accept these 5 kind of subcategories of moral distress. So the first is moral constraint distress. So this kind of reflects the Jameson type conceptualization of moral distress. The individual doesn't have to know the right thing to do. They can just maybe believe or think that they might have identified one ethically supportable pathway, but then they are constrained in some way, and that causes moral constraint distress. Then we have moral tension distress. So this is the distress that occurs in relation to moral tension. So moral tension is described by the nurses as this kind of feeling of not being able to express their moral perspective. Either feeling like they don't have the confidence, they don't have the language, or feeling like the kind of climate isn't one in which they can share their perspectives. Then there's moral conflict distress. So this is the distress associated with being engaged in a moral conflict. And then we have moral uncertainty distress, which is the distress that arises when the individual feels morally uncertain. They don't know what the right thing to do is. And then moral dilemma distress, which is the distress that occurs when you feel kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place, when there's 2 or more ethically supportable pathways and it's impossible to choose. You know whichever pathway you choose, there will be some kind of moral loss. And that's the distress associated with that moral event. So the aim of the study that I'm going to now present the findings of was to really test whether the subcategorizations of moral distress that I identified in the UK study reflected the experiences of nurses in one US academic healthcare system. So I wanted to find out which type of moral distress they reported experiencing most frequently and most intensely, whether they then utilized resources that were available within the institution, and then to the extent to which they perceived them to be helpful. So it was a prospective, descriptive, longitudinal design. And participants included hospital-based nurses from one quaternary care centre and 3 community hospitals in one large healthcare system. So the nurses were asked to report on the types of moral distress experienced in the previous 1 to 3 shifts for a time period of 6 weeks. So that was the longitudinal piece. They were asked to report on the intensity of the distress on a 0 to 100 scale. They were asked to describe the tick the box related to the resources that they used, and then to also report on the perceived helpfulness of those resources. So we asked nurses whether they had experienced distress in the last 1 to 3 shifts at work. And of the 245 respondents, 82% reported feeling distressed. And then we asked them whether they felt distressed due to their clinical work, and 71% attributed their distress to their clinical work. And then we had a series of questions that really captured the different subcategories of moral distress that I presented on the previous slide. So this is the findings of the baseline survey. So what we found was that in terms of frequency, the most frequent was moral conflict distress, followed by moral constraint distress, moral tension, moral dilemma, moral uncertainty, and then other. So we had a free text box where participants could write in there the causes of their distress. And in other, I think actually a lot of those would relate to moral conflict distress, but they chose not to identify that one. A lot of it was around kind of disagreement with physicians. And then in terms of intensity, what we found was that moral tension distress was reported most intensely. So that's that feeling of not being able to share one's moral perspective, followed by other, constraint, conflict, dilemma, and then uncertainty. And then in order to kind of capture the longitudinal data, these are the findings from the participants that completed 3 or more of the surveys. So we had 80 participants that did kind of stay with us and complete those longitudinal surveys. And so what we found was that in terms of frequency, again, moral conflict distress was up there, followed by moral constraint, moral tension. Dilemma and uncertainty occurred at the same frequency, which I think is very interesting, because I've kind of hypothesized that they do occur kind of hand in hand. Obviously, you have that uncertainty about what to do, and you're faced with a dilemma, and then followed by other. And then in terms of intensity, we have moral tension distress again, and then moral uncertainty distress. So even though that one didn't kind of score very intensely in the baseline data, that was then the second most intense on this kind of longitudinal snapshot. Then we have moral constraint, moral dilemma, other, and then moral conflict distress. So part of what I was arguing yesterday is that we should kind of move away from just capturing the prevalence of moral distress and start thinking about how do we actually mitigate the negative effects of moral distress. So this is where I think there's some really juicy and interesting findings. So we asked the participants which support services they used and how kind of helpful those support services were. So the support service that was used most frequently was peer support. And so, you know, they talked about going to their colleagues to kind of talk about their perspective, and they found that to be useful. Then followed by the ethics consultation service. So as an ethicist on our ethics consultation service, I was really interested to see whether this is something that people utilize to help address the moral event that's causing the distress. What we found was that only 10.8% of the participants utilized the ethics consultation service, and the mean helpfulness was not that great. So we know that we have lots of work to do with our ethics consultation service to really try and be deliberative about how we address moral distress. And then I'll just highlight on the far right is the Employee Assistance Programme, which is also called, in our system, Caring for Caregivers. So this is a group of social workers who are trained in providing mental health support. So what we found was that only 5% of the participants reported using the EAP service, but they found it to be incredibly helpful. The mean helpfulness score there was 82.3. And so again, I think that helps to show if we can kind of identify moral distress as being the moral event and the psychological distress, and then do some more work to kind of destigmatizing, utilizing mental health services, then I think they could have a lot of utility in terms of kind of ways to address and mitigate moral distress. So here are kind of the implications to kind of summarize. So there are, I think this shows, other morally relevant causes of distress. We found that moral tension distress caused the greatest intensity of distress. So I think that really nurses would benefit from more education, more support, in order to really feel confident to share their moral perspective. That also requires us to look critically at the environment in which they're working, the team that they work within, to make sure that they feel safe to kind of share their moral perspective as well. Peer support was used most commonly, but I think there's an opportunity there to really optimize peer support, so that's something that we're working on at the moment. We're weaving in ethics education and also peer support. The ethics consultation service was used infrequently and was only kind of moderately helpful, so we have a lot of work to do there. And then the EAP was used by few respondents, but was found to be very, very helpful. So I think that these findings help to kind of build upon some of the previous work that I've done in developing the moral distress model, and provide some further insights into ways we can help nurses to address the moral events that then cause them to experience moral distress. And I'm out of time, so I will stop there and look forward to your questions.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Thank you, Georgina. We've got 5 minutes. No, Patrick got the microphone, and Michela. First question, or who's first? Alex.
Hello, thank you for your presentation. I've got sort of a double-barrel question, I suppose. I'm just wondering, have you or are you going to sort of look at the effect of moral distress on patient care or sort of student experience whilst on placement?
So I haven't done work looking at student nurses' experiences, but that's something that I know other scholars have looked at. So there is some literature published there. I think there's a real opportunity for us to look at kind of the impact on patient care. I think there is some evidence to indicate that nurses have talked about kind of avoidance techniques. They have kind of focused on tasks, focused on kind of, the daily, what are the things that I need to do, and kind of tried to disconnect from patients and families. That's definitely something that I've seen in my research. So I think that kind of indicates that there probably is a negative impact on like the relationship that nurses can build with patients when they're experiencing moral distress, but we don't really have kind of outcomes data. But I think that could be really valuable to help us really evidence, why moral distress is such a problem.
Hi. In the definition, you mentioned that moral distress exists when there is institutional constraints. My question here, why we confine ourselves in this definition to institutional constraints? I believe that there are some other constraints that can lead to moral distress. So maybe I suggest to remove this word institutional, or just constraints, or add institutional and other constraints, because there are other causes for moral distress.
Yeah, no, I completely agree with you. I think that there's not only institutional constraints, I think there's probably other constraints. There might be the constraint of kind of the internal constraint of feeling unable to kind of air your perspective, or I think that there probably could be other constraints. In our survey, in the specific question didn't ask about only institutional constraints, it was just whether they felt constrained. We didn't then ask them to elaborate on that, because we were really just trying to send out a really short survey so that they would complete it over a time span. But I think that would be, great to explore more some of the other kind of constraints. But I agree, I think that's one reason why we should be broadening our understanding of moral distress, because it's not just institutional constraints.
Another question? Alex, another question?
Thank you. Sorry. I'm just wondering if you come across any reluctance when sort of conducting your research about nurses wanting to talk about their experience of moral distress, because it's quite a personal thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really interesting that you say that. So one of the things that I found in my PhD work particularly was that a lot of nurses talked about kind of having this very cathartic experience, that actually talking about, I mean, for some of them, that was the first time they'd actually spoken about some of these experiences. And there was a paper that was published maybe a week ago. I know that one of the authors is Jill Mabon. I think maybe the primary author is Hilary Corser. And they're sharing some of their reflections from some of the interviews that they conducted during COVID. And in those interviews, the nurses shared the same thing. They said, you know, we found this to be a really cathartic experience, and they're kind of making an argument for why we should be using more kind of feminist approaches within nursing and within empirical research. And I was like, oh, I wish I had published my findings. That's so great. So yeah, I would take a look at that. I think that there's a tendency to maybe steer away from some of these difficult kind of discussions for fear that we'll make a research participant kind of upset. But as long as you have those safeguards and you're willing to pause and stop and, you know, let them know that you can stop at any time, refer them to other support services, mental health support, then I think that that's, you know, we should be exploring these tough experiences.
Any more questions? We still have time for, we can expand a little bit because we have only two, yeah, okay. I have a question too.
Cheers, thanks. Thanks, Georgina, I thought it was really interesting. I was really intrigued actually about the merits or not of the EAP. Is that partly to do with a formal access process? So does it become logged somewhere that essentially somebody has sought assistance or guidance from the EAP?
So the EAP in this institution is like an embedded, because I know a lot of the time they'll kind of outsource to a separate EAP, but this one is one that is embedded within the healthcare institution. But always the counsellors will say, we don't chart in your electronic medical record. We have our own completely separate system and it's completely confidential. So there are times where a nurse manager might, you know, they might refer a nurse to the EAP, but if then they follow up, they won't necessarily know. So it does have that confidential element, and they are very overt and they make that known so that the nurses are aware, which, you know, I don't know. We still had very little use of the EAP, which I think is a real shame, even with an embedded EAP. So yeah, I think there's opportunities there for us to really kind of destigmatize, because it is useful for some people. But it also could be that they were using their own mental health supports, and even though we had an other box, they, you know, participants might not have thought to then write that in. So that also could just be a limitation of our survey.
Thank you so much. Just a quick question. I'm really fascinated by the ethics consultant service. Can you tell me something about how does it work? Like, for me, it's like something very new.
The ethics consultation service? Yeah. So we have this was part of the reason that I moved to America, was to kind of be part of an ethics consultation service. So we have a 24/7 service that's available, and we have, at our particular model, we have 2 ethics consultants on at any time that have a pager, and the consult goes straight to them, and then the expectation is that you call back within about 10 minutes, essentially, speak with the consult requester, you know, try and unpack what their ethical challenge is, and then the next step would be to go to the electronic medical record, you know, try and get an understanding of what's going on, and then speak with the kind of involved stakeholders, and then we provide recommendations, ethical recommendations for the pathway forward. Sometimes that's one recommendation, sometimes it could be, you know, there's 2 ethically supportable pathways. So, I mean, in my mind, that's one way in which we can really get to the heart of the moral event that's causing the distress. But there are, of course, times where somebody will call us and say, I really think that this is what we should be doing. And you're like, okay, let's unpack this. And then, you know, you sometimes unpack that and you're like, actually, no, this really isn't the direction that we should be going. So I do wonder if some of the participants are having those experiences as well, and so that's why they don't perceive the consult service as being particularly helpful for moral distress. But I think there's a way in which we could be validating some of the emotional reactions that people are having, whilst also still challenging their ethical perspective. But there's kind of a big debate within the ethics world, I guess, the clinical ethics world, as to how much ethics consultants should be kind of playing that role. I obviously think that we should. And I think there's a growing number of people that agree with that now, seeing how big of a problem moral distress was in relation to the pandemic.
Thank you so much, Georgina. Thank you for your presentation. I think that we clap. So now we have Regina. Regina Slitz. Sorry. Moral distress, COVID-19, and Brazilian nurses. And you can have a few minutes to introduce yourself, to tell us your story, and then Michaela will start to...
So hello everyone. Thank you for being here with us. My name is Regina Zelit. I'm from Brazil, from São Paulo. So my language will not be so good as Georgina, but it's perfect. Thank you, Georgina, for your presentation. I think you did a great introduction for my work. I don't need to make the definitions, and I'm very excited to use the components that you described. So really good. Thank you so much. So now is probably totally different context from US, probably from Italy too, and from Brazil, but I think it's a nice piece, and I want to share with all of you. So this research we did in our research group. These are the researchers that help us, graduate students and researchers, and also we have some undergraduate students that participate, but of course they couldn't follow all the steps of the research. I have no disclosure or conflict of interest. It's hard to speak about background when we are almost out of the pandemic, or most part of us think that we are away of it. But, and also we have a lot of new publications and articles every day about pandemic, so we need to put the articles here, but actually we did the research first. Now it's impossible to make a background without mention these pieces that are more recent than the research and the collect data of the research, and I will present later. So the background here, just for us think together here, is the unpredictable damage was done with health systems and global nursing workforce. And for Brazil, this is very, very important. Also, the political situation in Brazil at that time, we didn't have vaccines. The president didn't want the vaccines. He was really, really popular, so this brought a huge problem for us too. In Brazil, we have a social inequality and politicization of the COVID, and this contribute to higher than expected rate of infection. So even at that point, we had the experience for Italy, for example, and China. It didn't help a lot for us because we didn't know exactly what to do with our conditions and with the higher number of the population too, especially for the big centers. And the other centers, it was also another problem because we don't have like a lot of physicians and nurses in the north of the country, where we have more poor population. So even when I present a work here from Brazil, actually we are talking more about São Paulo, that is a big city, is almost the capital of Brazil, but of course it doesn't represent the whole issues of Brazil. And the other points we discussed also during this conference, so the restrictive policies regarding visitation, physical presence of families are not allowed, and other things that, of course, I will also present in the results. So the aim of this study was to understand the ethical challenge experienced by nurses caring for patients and families in the context of COVID in Brazil. The method we used as design a phenomenological philosophical approach, Van Manen. It's hard to describe everything about this philosophical opportunity method that we chose, but I think I can explain better during the presentation. The participants were registered nurses working in any healthcare setting which received patients with COVID. For the recruitment, we used purposive and snowball sampling, and we also use an electronic survey link to, I don't know if you know it, the Qualtrics format survey that we put like the informed consent, demographic data, and contact information to schedule an interview. So because we are in the middle of the pandemic, so we couldn't approach to these people like physically. Data were collected between March 2020 and April 2021, so we have a high moment, an increasing of the number of COVID patients at this time. At the beginning, no vaccines, and then at the end of our when we were collecting data, then the vaccines begin to arrive. So the nurses at that end were vaccinated, but not their families, their parents. So this is very important to describe the situation we live at that time. We did semi-structured interview conducted using Zoom, and of course, as I said, we have the demographic characteristics, level of stress and well-being that we use other instruments, but I will not present at this part because I will not have time. But the primary question was, tell me about your experience being a nurse providing nursing care to patients and family during COVID. And if you can look at this question, you may ask, where is ethics? Where is ethics here in this question? But as we did some other researches before, we thought that we know that in Brazil it's very hard to ask nurses directly and also physicians about ethical issues. They also goes to clinical decision, and we didn't want this. So we tried to put this first question like a primary question, and then the follow-up probes like what are your most significant thoughts and feelings, what are your most difficult thoughts and feelings and memories, what fears do you recall having, what are some of your most positive memories and positive feelings about this experience. And of course, we were at this moment thinking how we can think about the future because we never know. We need to be prepared for other situations like this. And what would you say has helped, what would you say has helped you get through this experience? So this is how we approach the participants looking for the ethical issues. And then, as I said, we follow Van Maner's the 4 life worlds: time, relationships, space, and body, and we try to connect all the narratives to the ethics aspects that we already know and discussed here at the conference. So this was a very iterative process of the data collection and analysis. It was 14 months through discussion among researchers, elucidate the format terms during data analysis and member checking, and rechecking all the analysis that we have done, thinking about the situation of the COVID that was also changing, but we want to keep all the aspects since the beginning that we have no idea what it was going to do until the time that we have already the vaccines. So full reading, listening and reading, and underlying meaningful statements, categorizing, full reading, and confirming terms later with other nurses that we haven't interviewed before. And then we could put in these themes, let me see if she didn't show me anything. For these themes of the phenomenological point, we can bring some important points like living a silent and lonely experience, providing connectedness for disrupted patients and family relationship. So of course the name changed a little bit, but I can really look at these names and think about what Georgina presented and what we already discussed many times here at the conference. When you think about live body, feeling the burden of the demands, so working hard, working many hours a day in Brazil, they can break shifts, they work every day, they need to work every day. It is a job. If you want to go out, you just go out, but then you will not have your salary anymore. And being a helping yet vulnerable for connector to have also COVID. The lived space, reshaping space amidst involving intervention and policies, in creating safe space surrounding by tunnels. So I can remember one interview that the nurse said, well, I live like 2 or 3 kilometers from here, but it takes me like 1 hour and a half to get home because I need to take these things, get a shower, think about everything, think how I'm going to get home, be sure that, and then I arrive home and I need to take out my shoes and blah, blah, blah. So then leave time, reorganizing care and reframing time, concealing losses and regrets, victories and lessons. So this is more about the same codes and about examples of what nurses told us, and that's why we got there in these main topics. But as I don't have time anymore, I do? Oh, okay, so, yeah, okay, I was worried about this. So, oh, okay, so, yeah, I need to practice my English too, so it takes more time, you know. So live relation, we cannot talk with families about the patient by telephone. Only the responsible is, only the physician can do this, is his responsibility. It's very frustrating. So this is a very ethical issues for them too, and a kind of moral distress. The second one, I use my personal Zoom so that the family could be there. I think I need to advocate really well for the patients and the family. So they have these doubts if they could and they should use their own Zoom, but they did it all the time because they knew this would be the only way to take care of the families that they believe it's part of their care. And leave space, when we were getting used to it, in the very next day, everything has changed again. So this is especially in the beginning of the COVID time. And they actually, for me, they have no codes anymore. They have no values anymore at this time because nothing fits at that situation that they are experiencing. So it was really difficult for them and for everyone because we saw that the burden was there all the time, every minute. And then leave time, unfortunately, in a tragic way, we are making history. Although my whole family said, don't go, don't expose yourself, I don't regret it. And I think I made a difference in the life of many people. So here's when everything almost finished, and they could give give a meaning for what they live at that situation. So in summary, we have this as results, and I underline the most important things that I think make us think about the different kinds of moral distress, moral efficacy, and all others moral that we can, but not yet moral resilience, not yet other kinds of concepts that we used to use here in our area. And we can see sometimes during the COVID time that it was impossible to think about any of those concepts. Nothing fits at that time for what is going on with those people. So I will not read all of this. I think you already read it, but it's all the results that we put in this way to understand the whole experience and the whole piece that we got with the interviews. So for the conclusion and implication, long-term implication of the moral distress posed by interrupted patient, family, and nursing out family relationship, and this was really important as a result in our work. It was really, really hard for nurses to have this interruption, and for them not to, it wasn't possible to take care of the family and to see the patient dying alone and not to offer something like family for the patient. So it appears many times during the interviews. Researchers and policies should focus on innovative models of care that create structures and process to support nurses in caring for patients and families in treating environments, and commitment to connecting patients and family members has potential to contribute to the ongoing health of the nursing professionals. Of course, there is a lot, there are other implications, but I just put here what I think is the most important, but for the whole results, we could find many pieces of the ethics issues here. So we need to maximize the engaged public understanding of the nursing role and use the professional collective voice in policy, making to advocate for safe care for patients, families, and for healthcare providers. So thank you very much for your patience. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Regina. Question and answer, and you can answer from there as well.
Okay.
Do we have any questions in the audience about your work? Yes?
Hi. Oh, sorry. Thank you for your study, your project, and also for your presentation. And I have a question. You focused on the nurses' experience during COVID, but in your opinion, or about the results, nurses have spoke about moral distress, so they have consciousness about the phenomena, or they probably not are able to call this moral distress, in your opinion? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand exactly what you were asking, but we never asked them, as I said. We never mentioned the moral distress. We just asked them for their experience, what was difficult, what was not so difficult, who they talked to, what they thought at that situation, but we never used the concept. And then in our analysis, we make these connections.
So also the nurses never say moral distress. No, never. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions?
I
Yeah?
have a
You go, Patrick.
quick question, I think. Thank you for your presentation. Off the back of kind of your findings regarding moral distress during the pandemic, do you think there's been ripple effects in Brazil in terms of retention and recruitment of nurses? I think, sorry, recruitment, not recruitment. My English is not very good today, and I am English. So, but yeah, no, I think certainly in the UK we've seen fluctuation in terms of interest in the profession from the public and those going into it, and I just wonder whether it's the same in Brazil.
It's hard to answer because, as I said in the beginning, Brazil is a very big country and we have different regions, of course, like every country, but very, very different. The context is very different too. So I think we can. I think we are starting to make this work. We are trying to speak more about this, using the concept, at least at the results of the research, and I think we should do this, like at the end of the research, go back to the hospital, go back to nurses, discuss about this, use the right concepts, use the terms and explain what is it, ask them how they feel in that situation. But it's hard to answer about Brazil. It's a big city, and it starts in the big city, but until this get into the whole country, it's a long time. And again, I don't know if I answer your principal question. But
Alex and Professor Carnevale.
It's just a quick question on the back of what Patrick was saying. I'm wondering if you captured any student nurses' opinions during this time as well, or was it just registered nurses?
I don't understand.
Was it students? Did you capture any students' experiences?
Yeah, so the students' experience. I was going to answer him, but then I forgot. So we have a very, I don't know how long I can speak, but we have a very interesting experience.
Relax,
but
yeah.
actually, with the experience, we see a lot. And I have been the dean of the school for 4 years, and I receive a lot of students in my room also telling their stories, and also about the decision that they need to do during the COVID time, because some of them want to go to the hospital and take care of the patients, and some of them just want to stay at home. So we have a lot of discussion during the pandemic, and different aspects, because some of them are in different social levels. So the decision was also about this. If I have money for my family, I don't need to finish my university now, but in another case I need, so I need to go to the hospital, but of course I'm afraid. So we use a lot of simulation. But the students come all the time with this kind of, especially in oncology, pediatric oncology, they come a lot for us. And nothing about this, but it is about this too. What we do we have a very good experience in Brazil. Well, I think it is in our university, that we have 4 moments meetings of a course that we divide with North Carolina, students from North Carolina, Chapel Hill. And it is about the difference, the cultural difference. And so in this moment, we also can discuss with them these ethical issues, and we start to use these concepts and how they feel, even when it is not with the family or the patients, but it is between them. So, oh, he doesn't want to speak Portuguese, but I am trying to speak English, and this is not fair, what we should do here. So even the small things, it's important to discuss with the students and go back to this subject to make them think about this.
Thank you. The last question there.
My question would be for any of you who have any reflections on this. I was just in another room watching 2 presentations on COVID, COVID and nurses' experience within the Italian context. I just saw yours, Regina, talking about moral distress in Brazil. And I want to return to this morning's discussion about culture. And I'm wondering, are we all talking about the same thing? I've done some work with Italian nurses where they use the concept of accanimento terapeutico. In French, we have a term like that, acharnement thérapeutique. In English, we don't have a term for that. It's quite, seems to be culturally laden. I wonder, we've got so many international perspectives here. We're all using this term, moral distress. Are we talking about similar experiences, and has anyone looked at that? And I think, considering there's some multilinguistic people around, might that be something we should, is there a possibility that it's culturally laden in any way?
Yeah. It's totally different. He's talking. Just want to understand here.
So, I think when it comes to the concept of moral distress, I think we've been talking about a different concept for a really long time. And that's been some of my work, is trying to unpack, what do we actually mean? And I think we're going to continue to have disagreement about what we mean. So that's kind of the moral distress piece. I think the COVID piece, what has been really striking to me, hearing Regina's results, I was chairing the moral distress session before lunch. There are common themes that a lot of, I talked yesterday in the panel about some of the research that I'd conducted during COVID as well. And there are a lot of common themes about nurses' experiences. Personally, I didn't pull out moral distress from that. It was really looking at the ethical challenges. So I think there are a lot of ways in which we've had a very universal experience as nurses globally. And there's a group of us from the Nursing Ethics Editorial Board that are working on a scoping review, looking at the ethical challenges that have been reported by nurses throughout the pandemic, because that's what we really want to explore is, what are the commonalities, are there differences, are there very different, cultural, contextual differences as well. I think one of the big things that, nurses were challenged by in the US was this need to pivot from very person-centered care, very kind of based upon what that patient in front of you wants and needs, to then having to think about the community, much more broadly. That was a big challenge. My sense is that, I wasn't in the UK, but that's another culture that I know very well. My sense is that there might not have been quite that struggle, because I think we think slightly more about the community within the NHS. So I think it'll be really interesting. I'm excited to do the scoping review to see if we can pull some of that out. But it'll be interesting to see how much those aspects have also been reported in the literature, because I suspect there'll probably be an underreporting of it as well.
Yeah, I agree. And, I have some experience too, like having your son. And when I was doing this research, I was working a lot with an American group. And just at that example that I gave about the shift, and I told you yesterday about the shift of nurses, they said, no, it doesn't happen here, never. If they don't want to go to that shift, they can just work part-time. And in Brazil, this has a great impact during the conference, during the pandemic, because they were exhausted. And they don't have more professionals to put in their place. So this was an important thing. The other thing is, and we were talking about this yesterday night, that in Brazil everybody kiss, everybody get very close, and in the pandemic situation, this was like, what? I can't do this anymore, even with the patients. Nobody kissed the patients, but you touch all the time to take care of them, and you receive the families in a very close way, let me see in this way. So I think there are different aspects of the experience that can have an implication also in ethical issues. I mean, personal experience, personal situations that make they think in a different way. I think the context have this impact of the different aspects of the ethics issues. This is what I think.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I think gave me a lot of insight also this last question about how culture influence also the terms that we use in scientific language as well. If they're English and they're much more accessible or easy to pronounce, for example, rather than accanimento terapeutico and say maybe 2 words that everybody understands, and also the meanings attached to that. So, yeah, very, very interesting. Thank you so much. So now we are closing this parallel session, and we still have half an hour before the break. I want to thank you so much, Georgina and Regina, and thank you. And we will come back here for the plenary session, the closure, but which one? I'm from, yesterday. Anyway, for the closure. We will come back here at 4 for the closing keynotes. So now there is the tea and coffee is at 3:30, so we still have half an hour. I don't know if you want to stay here and relax.
afternoon, everyone. I think we're ready to start. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our closing keynote. Our speaker today is Professor Chris Gassmans. Chris is full professor of medical ethics and head of the Centre for Biomedical Ethics and Law at the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Leuven in Belgium. He teaches medical ethics and also coordinates the programs at Leuven in intensive course nursing ethics and the summer course ethics in dementia care. Chris's research is world-leading and has three strands to it. Firstly, he focuses on clinical ethics, issues in care for older adults and end-of-life care. Secondly, he focuses on ethical issues relating to the design, development, implementation, and use of health technology innovations. And finally, he focuses on more foundational approaches in care ethics. More specifically, he's developed the model of dignity-enhancing care that is applied to care for older adults and end-of-life care. Chris was the president from 2013 to 2015 of the European Association of Centres of Medical Ethics, to which 70 centres for medical ethics in Europe are affiliated. And he serves as an ethicist for a range of institutions and bodies, including the University Hospitals of Leuven and the Belgian Bioethics Committee. In 2021, Chris was appointed as an ordinary member of the Pontifical Academy by Pope Francis. Chris is quite simply a titan in the field of nursing ethics. He was a founding board member of the journal Nursing Ethics, and we are very grateful that he's going to deliver our closing keynote today on looking to the future of nursing ethics. So over to you, Chris.
Thank you, first of all, for this extensive and nice introduction. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. Thank you also for the organizers for inviting me, both the local organizers here in Genoa, but also, of course, the organizers and from the Journal of Nursing Ethics, of course. It's a real honor to be able to give here the final keynote. I always start with some nice pictures from Leuven. This is our university hall. This is our city hall. I show these pictures because these two buildings are as old as our university. That means they are built in the beginning of the 15th century, and we are looking forward to the celebration of the 600th anniversary of our university in 2025, so very close. But of course, nursing ethics is not that old as 600 years. Although nursing ethics is an important discipline in the field of ethics, and I would start again with congratulations for the 3 decades of the journal Nursing Ethics, what is now a very established journal, the 5th in the list of ethics journals, with a really excellent impact factor of 4.2, I think. For today, I would like to start with the idea, does nursing ethics need a philosophical foundation, distinguished from medical ethics? That is the first point, and in the second part of my presentation, I will give some foundational, some thematic, and some methodological pathways for the future of nursing ethics. So the first question, does nursing ethics need a philosophical foundation, distinguished from medical ethics? Why is this question a relevant question? Well, I would show you here the results of a rather recent publication, although 5 years old, but the most recent in its sort, about the prevalence of empirical studies in some bioethical journals. And it covers the years 2004, 2015. Of course, that is almost 10 years ago, or more than 10 years ago, but it is the most recent results that we have. And of course, what is the most important is the trend that you see in this figure. The first is nursing ethics, with a prevalence of empirical studies of 57.3%, what is quite high for an ethics journal. And then when we look to some other bioethical journals, you see a much lower prevalence of empirical studies. The highest, the second high, is the Journal of Medical Ethics, also a very good journal, of course, with 25.7, and then Journal of Clinical Ethics, 14.4, and so on and so on. So it is clear that there is a lot, much more empirical research in nursing ethics than in other ethical, applied ethical disciplines. Why is this the case? Why is nursing ethics research so empirically based? And is this empirical focus a strength or a weakness of nursing ethics research? And again, the question, is it so that a philosophical argument-based foundation is less important for nurses than for doctors? That is the question that I would ask, and I have not an answer to it, but I will start from this question. We all know when we look to the content of the nursing ethics research that the principlist approach, a well-known established approach in medical ethics, that it was and it still is a quite influential framework in nursing ethics. And I would like to prove or illustrate this statement with three examples of three studies that we did ourselves in our center the last, let's say, 15 years. I show it with three argument-based literature reviews. You know, argument-based literature reviews are literature reviews of ethical, argument-based literature, philosophical literature. That is different from most systematic reviews that are based on empirical literature, qualitative, quantitative. But our center was quite innovative, I think, when they started 15 years ago with this kind of literature reviews. And the first that we did was on nursing ethics perspectives on euthanasia. We collected all ethical, philosophical, argument-based articles with a nursing perspective on euthanasia. And what we saw in that literature review is that the two principles of the principlist approach, namely respect for autonomy and non-maleficence, were the main concepts or principles that guided the argumentations in this literature. Respect for autonomy as the major argument pro-euthanasia, and non-maleficence as used as the major argument contra euthanasia. So that was 15 years ago. 3 years later, we did another argument-based review about aged sexuality, or how nurses think in a philosophical way, not empirical way, about dealing with sexual expression in old people living in nursing homes or people with dementia. Also here, although this is a very nursing ethical topic, we found that almost all this literature was based on the explanation of the principle of respect for autonomy, and more especially the translation of that principle in informed consent or consent. That means that in this topic, if people were able to give consent for sexual engagement, then it was okay. But what was, of course, problematic, that is that with that consent concept, you cannot work in persons who are incompetent, for instance, people with advanced dementia. What we saw in the literature, that there was a big silence about that issue, how to deal with sexual expression of persons with advanced dementia. There were no tools, there were no ethical concepts in order to try to understand this complex ethical issue. What we also observed is that concepts like, for instance, embodiment, relationships, responsibility, were not mentioned in that nursing ethics literature. Although I would think that when you talk about sexuality, that the body, embodiment, relationships are important concepts. They were not used. So again, an illustration of the dominance of the principlist approach. And then the third, more recent argument-based literature review is about electronic tracking devices in dementia care. Also, electronic tracking devices where nurses are confronted with. And also here in this recent review, we found that almost all argumentations were centered around the 4 principles. Issues about privacy, about informed consent were largely described, and no other concepts were used. So again, the dominance of the principlist approach, you know, of course, the 4 principles, and in the principle approach, an ethical dilemma or an ethical problem is considered as a conflict between 2 or more of these 4 principles: respect for autonomy, beneficence, non-maleficence, and justice. But we all know that from the 80s and the 90s, there was more and more critique to that principlist approach. And this critique is interrelated, and I showed here in some bullets. For instance, the first critique is that the principlist approach is more focusing on particular acts. For instance, is it allowed to do euthanasia? Is it allowed to do abortion? It is not taking into account the full care process where these particular acts are embedded in. For instance, we know in Belgium, we have 20 years of a Euthanasia Act, that euthanasia is more than conducting euthanasia. It is a real care process that you go with the patient who is requesting euthanasia and the family, the relatives of these people. So the critique is that we should not look to the ethical value or the ethical meaning of a particular act, but that we should have a broader perspective on care processes, care practices. Also, another critique is that we should not only look to observable acts, but that also attitudes are very relevant in ethics, of course. When you look to nursing ethics, as a nurse, you can wash a patient in a procedural correct way, hygienic correct way, technical good way, but you can do that in a respectful way for the patient or in a disrespectful way for the patient. So what the nurse is doing, what you observe, might be the same, and the result might be the same. But in the one scenario, the nurse or the nurses are behaving in an irrespectful way, so unethical way. In the other scenario, they are dealing with patient in a respectful way. So attitudes are relevant. We also know, of course, now for more than 30 years that ethics is not only about life and death issues, euthanasia and abortion, end of life, beginning of life, but that they are also important daily care topics. And principlist approach is not that used for explaining or trying to understand these kinds of daily care topics. Ethics is also not only an issue of doctors, but it is an issue from the whole healthcare team. Everyone involved in the healthcare team has an ethical responsibility. As principlist ethics was based in the 70s, in the beginning of the development of medical ethics, it was much more affiliated with or linked with the ethical responsibility of doctors. And nowadays, we are also broadening the scope of ethics, not only to the clinical context, the doctor-patient relationship, but also to the institutional context, ethical leadership, for instance. Shortage of nurses is also an ethical issue. And even also the societal context is important. And there is not only ethical issues in dealing with patients who are competent, but also there are many ethical issues where incompetent persons are involved in. And in that cases, the principlist approach with a high emphasis on respect for autonomy is not that useful because many of these patients lack the capacity of autonomy. So then you need another framework, you need other concepts to try to understand these ethical issues. So we tried to work from this critique, and this is, therefore you should know a little bit how I developed my ethical reflection. This is my trajectory. I started already in 1984 as a young theology student in Leuven, and there I was educated in personalist ethics and in the ethics of Emmanuel Levinas. We had real experts there that explained in the original text the philosophy of Emmanuel Levinas. So that was my first education in ethics. In 1990, I started then my PhD project, and the topic was to develop a philosophical basis for nursing. And when I was working on that in 1993, John Tronto published her very famous book, Moral Boundaries. There I got a language, a care ethical language that enabled me to translate ethical issues in daily care. Before, everything, as I said, was based on the principlist approach, and it was not really a useful approach to really understand what was happening in daily care interactions. And then after my PhD, I, step by step, was involved in empirical research, qualitative empirical research. I did many research with Bernadette Dirks de Casterle, and we developed the QuaGOL, the Qualitative Analysis Guide of Leuven, based on several projects. And that guide is nowadays used all over the world for the analysis of complex qualitative data. So that is my trajectory. In order to find a philosophical basis for nursing, I had my first publication in 1998 in the Kennedy Institute of Ethics Journal, and there I described nursing as a moral practice. And as you know, moral practice is a concept that comes from Alasdair MacIntyre, and I was very happy that Marcia Fowler yesterday also mentioned MacIntyre in her conclusion. So I described the essence of nursing as the totality of skills and attitudes, you can call that caring behavior, that are applied in the context of a particular caring relationship. The caring relationship is very central, with the intention of providing good care, what is the goal of nursing, to the sick fellow human person. So that was my first attempt to identify the ethical essence of nursing at that time. There are three characteristics linked to this characterization. The first is that nursing is essentially intersubjective. As I said, the ethical relationship is the basis of nursing. By providing care, the nurse enters as a human person into a relationship with the patient, who is also to be considered as a human person. And you could say that care in itself is an interpersonal relationship. There are many studies about what is care, and some say, well, care is a product. Others say care is a relationship. I would say the essence of care is a relationship, not the acts, not the product of care. That means that the technical aspects that are, of course, always related with care always rests on the successes, but also the failures, the limitations of nurses as persons and patients as persons. It is an interrelational interaction. Second characteristic, it is a dialogical interpretative issue. That means that nursing practices develop themselves throughout time. Again, it is a process. It is not a single moment act. Yeah. It is a practice. And in that practice, people who are involved should find the best care for this particular patient. And how can they do that? Well, by going into dialogue with each other, by communicating with each other. But not only by communicating with each other, they should also understand what they are saying. And that is an additional issue, the interpretation, the hermeneutical aspect of nursing. Again, an example from our background. In our university hospitals, there are many, many patients who request euthanasia. But luckily, there are not that much euthanasia cases. What does that mean? Well, many patients have a very clear communication, I want to be euthanized, but when nurses and doctors go into dialogue with these patients, well, they see that these patients do not want to be euthanized, but they have pain and they think that there's no good palliative care, or they feel alone and they want more interaction, or they are desperate for one or another reason, and that is the reason why they ask for euthanasia. So the communication is clear, but the meaning is totally different from what they communicate. So that is the hermeneutical process that should be done constantly in nursing. Therefore, nursing has a dialogical interpretative character. And then the third is the moral perception. That is also a very important aspect of nursing. That means that the nurse, as a person, should be attentive to what happens with the patient, should be attentive to all kinds of vulnerabilities that can be present in the situation of the patient. And here I quote Lawrence Bloom, but also John Tronto, who said that we should try to detect situations where the life-sustaining web containing the others is weakened. That is what we do as a caregiver. And that the situations where the life-sustaining web containing the other is weakened, well, that are situations of vulnerability. And that is where the nurse should be attentive for. Attentiveness as an attitude that is also described by Tronto as an essential attitude. And nurses should be touched by and should be concerned by this vulnerable situation of the other, of the patient. So this is the first characterization of nursing, and then 15 years later, after my publication in the 90s, I tried to refine that characterization or to complement that characterization, and that I did in the journal Nursing Ethics 2013. And I described there the ethical essence of nursing as providing care in response to the vulnerability of a human being in order to maintain, to protect, and to promote his or her dignity as much as possible. So, in this characterization of the ethical essence of nursing, I identified three concepts that are, according to me, really basic concepts to develop nursing ethics in the future. And they are quite different from the four principles of the principlist approach. That is the concept of vulnerability, that is the concept of care, and that is the concept of dignity. Vulnerability is, according to me, the profound lived experiences of the people who are involved in ethical issues. People who are confronted with an ethical issue. It can be a professional, a nurse, a doctor, but it can also be the patient himself or herself, of course, but also the relatives. They feel vulnerable in that confrontation. So that is the basic lived experience. Care, as I explained, as the basic interpretative dialogical process, and dignity is, of course, the goal we are striving for, the normative standard. Based on that, I developed this scheme of dignity enhancing care, but I have no time to develop that further, but it can be used in order to explore ethical issues in nursing, but also in medicine. So this is the first part of my presentation, so the foundational aspects of nursing ethics. So my answer to that basic answer is yes, I think nursing has an original philosophical foundation based on concepts that are embedded in nursing practice itself. So that is the first thing. The second task, or the second question I would answer now, is to give some pathways for the further development of nursing ethics. And I give some foundational pathways, I give some methodological pathways, and I give some thematic pathways. First, the foundations. I think when we develop further nursing ethics in a foundational way, that we should rely on 3 approaches. And again, I am happy because that were exactly the approaches that also Marcia Fowler yesterday mentioned, although I had no communication with her in the preparation of this presentation, but that is care ethics, that is virtue ethics, and that is relational ethics. And of course, they are closely related to each other. Some short words about that. Well, there is a close link between nursing ethics and care ethics, of course, because both are using the concept of care. There are also some feminist approaches, both in care ethics but also in nursing ethics. There are many women involved in nursing. That's also a relevant issue. And both care ethics and nursing ethics are also more focusing on ethical issues in daily care. But we should prevent to make mistakes. The connection between nursing ethics and care ethics is not an exclusive one. That means that care ethics is much broader than nursing ethics. Care ethics is not an ethics of care, and care ethics is not an ethics of nursing care. Care ethics is an ethical approach that can be used to all kinds of ethical issues in nursing, but also in medicine, and also in other fields of applied ethics like political ethics or environmental ethics or business ethics or whatever. So care ethics is a way to look to ethical problems. Yeah? And of course, nursing problems are good problems to explore from nursing ethical perspectives, but the connection is not an exclusive one. That is my first message. The second one is the virtue ethics approach. Well, I think there is still work to do in the further exploration of care as a particular moral virtue. Because I think, and I rely on the work of Lawrence Bloom, for instance, who is a philosopher, but also other philosophers who did some nice work on the development of care as a moral virtue. And I think that is something that should be continued, because virtues allow the attainment of the good that is inherent in a particular practice. And the practice here is the nursing practice. So if we are practicing nursing with a virtuous character, then we are doing good automatically. So that is something that is important. And to make the link with education, I would refer to the work of, for instance, Linus van Laere in Belgium, who developed an experiential learning lab, the Care Ethics Lab, where students are stimulated their empathic capacities and their caring capacities. Therefore, you have here the link to the website, but I would also recommend a very recent article that is published several weeks ago. have seen in nursing ethics from Linus van Laaren and Roger Burggraven about contrast experiences as bodily learning experiences in nursing. It's really a nice article about virtues and how virtues can be cultivated through education. Roger Burggraven, maybe you have seen it, it was my professor, moral theology professor in the 80s and the expert in Levinas. Linus van Laaren was my first PhD student. Very nice to see that they found each other and collaborated now also on nursing ethics. And then the third source is the relational ethics approach. It is also mentioned here and there in this conference and the parallel sessions. There is still work to do in the further development of relational ethics, because many people are using these words, relational ethics, but what it really means is not always clear. Therefore, I refer to another argument-based review of Carlos Gómez Verceda. He published, together with me in 2019, an argument-based review on the concept of relational autonomy. And it is published in BMC Medical Ethics, so open access, you have easy access to that article. Carlos is a medical doctor, but also a theologian, so he has both different perspectives, and he did very good work in that review. He explored, for instance, what are the philosophical sources relational ethics is relying on, and he saw that these philosophical sources are very varied. It relies on feminist ethics, on care ethics, on phenomenology, on personalist ethics, on virtues ethics. So there are many philosophical sources to develop a relational ethics approach. He also developed or described the different concepts that were used in developing a relational anthropology. And then he refers to concepts like connectiveness, interdependency, other-centeredness, embodied self, vulnerability, reciprocity, responsibility, all concepts that are really interesting to use in order to explain and to describe nursing ethical issues. And in practice, you see also some care models that are fully developed and embedded in a relational ethics approach. For instance, shared decision-making, a very, very important concept. Shared decision-making is based on a relational ethical approach. Or advanced care planning, of course, also a very important care model where many nurses are involved in, well, also advanced care planning is based on a relational ethics approach. So there is much work to do in this field. Then I come to my thematic pathways for nursing ethics. What are the topics nurses can work on? First of all, I should say that we should not go in opposition with medical ethics, but we should collaborate. When you look to the literature in the 80s and the 90s, period that I was preparing my PhD, I saw many oppositional terminology in ethics. For instance, it was said that medical ethics was a masculine ethics and a nursing ethics was a female ethics. That is, of course, not the case. That is totally wrong to think in these terms about medical ethics and nursing ethics. It was said that the medical ethics was oriented towards cure and the nursing ethics was oriented towards care. That is also not true. Care is also an important concept for doctors, and nurses are also involved in curing practices. It was said that nursing ethics or medical ethics was rational and nursing ethics was emotional. That is not true. Also in medical ethics, emotions have an important part, and also, of course, in nursing ethics, cognitive aspects are very important. It was said that the medical ethics was based on principles and nursing ethics on virtues. Also, that is not true. Although I say that virtues are important in nursing ethics, they are, of course, also important in medical ethics. I hope that doctors are also virtuous persons. So no ethical separatism, no dichotomy between medical ethics and nursing ethics. I think it's better to talk about maybe an umbrella concept like healthcare ethics that integrates different elements from different theories, also from medical ethics and from nursing ethics. But this does not mean that there is no specificity to nursing ethics. There are specific nursing ethical topics, and they are related to the specific nursing responsibilities, expertise, position, topics, and perspective. I give a few examples. Nurses have specific responsibilities. For instance, they have a responsibility for the communication with family members. They have a responsibility to guarantee the continuity of care. And with that responsibility, specific ethical issues are linked, and they can be explored and developed in nursing ethics. Nurses have also a specific expertise, the expertise of observation of patients, to understand the experiences of patients. And there are ethical issues linked to that, and also these can be developed further in nursing ethics. Nurses have also a specific position. It is sometimes called an in-between position. They are between the patient and the doctor, between the doctor and the management, or between the patient and the management, between the patient and the relatives. So it is a very specific position, what is, on the one hand, a difficult position, because they have to take into account different expectations from different persons. But on the other hand, it is a key position, because they have contact with everyone. So this position also influences the ethical issues nurses are confronted with. There are, of course, also specific nursing ethical topics, for instance, the ethical issues of physical restraint, the ethical issues linked to mealtime care, hygienic care, that are very typical nursing ethics topics. But also in so-called medical ethical topics, there is always also a nursing perspective. Nurses are also involved in euthanasia practices. So they have also a nursing perspective on euthanasia, on palliative sedation, for instance. Nurses are also involved in palliative sedation practices and have a particular ethical perspective on that. So also that can be developed in nursing ethics. But we can also look to the different levels of moral impact, or the different levels of moral responsibility. And also then you can identify thematic pathways for the future of nursing ethics. When we start with the global level, there are, of course, a lot of environmental issues in healthcare that provoke ethical issues. Nursing and nursing ethics can explore these ethical issues. Care for undocumented persons is something that also can be developed from a nursing ethical perspective. Nurse migration, what is a global issue, is of course a topic that what also nursing ethics can explore. When we look to the societal level, well, there are topics like caring communities, a concept that is used more and more to develop the ideas about the place of care in our societies. Inequalities and discrimination, informal care. Informal care is becoming more and more important in our societies, as we have not enough professional people to care for all older people are at the end of life. But also these people are confronted with ethical issues, so they can also be explored, for instance, by nurse ethicists. When we go to the institutional organizational level, there are concepts like ethical leaderships. There are many nurses who have a leadership role, who have important management responsibilities. Also, that can be further developed. Moral distress, I should not say it because it is already automatically done in many publications, maybe a little bit too much. And also the role of nurses in ethics committees is something that can be further explored. And on the individual relational level, I think there are important topics to explore further, like consensus objections. Nowadays, more and more nurses are involved in ethically very sensitive issues like euthanasia. I see it in our hospital in Belgium. Sometimes I ask what is the consensus, the value of consensus objections of nurses, and are the conscience of nurses respected? Are the moral values of individual nurses respected? That is an issue that can be explored further. Family perspectives, the use of innovative technologies, and so on and so on. So you see, there are more than enough nursing ethical topics that should be developed further. And then I conclude with one slide about methodological pathways for nursing ethics. Here I can be short because nursing ethical issues are complex issues, as all ethical issues are complex. So we need all available methodologies to try to understand these complex ethical issues. And looking only with one methodology to a particular problem is mostly not enough to have a complete view on the ethical problem. Therefore, I mentioned here all the methodologies that can be used. You can do a review of empirical literature, quantitative, qualitative, what is mostly done in the beginning of a PhD project, for instance. But I also would stimulate you to make more reviews of argument-based literature. At the moment, we are developing a reporting guideline for argument-based literature with people from other countries. Of course, it's important to continue with empirical studies, both quantitative and qualitative studies. But I would also say, don't forget the philosophical ethical studies in nursing ethics. And most important maybe, what we should do is to do studies that reflect on the dialogue between philosophical and empirical studies. Because what we see now is that there are many studies in the empirical field, many studies in the philosophical field, but they are not communicating, they are not in dialogue with each other. And that is needed. The dialogue is the best result that we can have. So that especially is a big challenge that can be taken up by nursing ethicists to make progress in the development of your discipline. So this is the end. Congratulations and thank you.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Chris, for I think what everyone would agree was a particularly rich account. So, questions? Yes, do we have a microphone? I think the microphone is coming. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful presentation. I was very welcome to see the transactional focus of nursing ethics as an endeavour between people. My question is where you see other resources from philosophy, notably that of social epistemology, that are now influencing both recent trends, both within relational ethics and also within feminist ethics. And the reason why I ask what your stance is on those types of methodologies surrounding the ethics of power of knowledge, in thinking of science and knowledge as a social endeavor, is, is there an aspect of nursing ethics that goes beyond the transactional nature of the quality of care between people? Part of the difficulty of distress concern that those contextual parameters that limits those the conversations that can be had. So what is your take on the kind of wider structural contextual parameters within which your own very powerful framework operates in understanding nursing as a practice?
Yes. Thank you for this very interesting question. Yeah, of course, I gave some suggestion, but that is not exhaustive. Of course, it's only examples that I gave, but there is much more nursing ethics can rely on, and you focus on a very important element is that nursing ethics should not focus too much on individual relationships between individuals, although that's important, but nursing practices take place within an organizational, societal, and a global environment. And for instance, political philosophy also, and should be taken into account, because in these, let's say, higher levels of responsibility, there are all kind of interactions that influences the ethical issues nurses are confronted with. For instance, the status of nursing in a society. Is it really a respected profession, and what does that mean? That influences the way how nurses are expected to deal with ethical issues, for instance. So these kind of societal issues should be taken into account. Also, power imbalances where nurses are confronted with, hierarchical systems should be taken into account. Therefore, I say, well, the role of nurses, but not the functioning of nurses in ethics committees is also a very, very interesting topic, because also there you see, of course, the hierarchical relationships between the doctors and the nurses. And yeah, there you can observe what that means for the ethical dialogue in an ethics committee or in an hospital. So you are right, we should broaden to the social and the very much contextual factors that influences ethics. Yes, thank you for mentioning that.
Thank you, it's a great question. Any other questions? Sir Timio?
Yes, thank you very much, Chris, for showing not only the history of nursing ethics, but your journey to the discipline. I was very impressed. I have two questions, basically. The first question is the relationship between the empirical sciences and philosophy. And I think the essence of nursing is more and more contested today, because we are asked to do things under different pressures. And there is a factual definition of nursing, what nurses do, what is observable, and there is the theoretical one. And could we imagine that philosophy and philosophical ethics could help nursing out to define its scope again? Could this be a way to combine the two and not to give up too early through philosophical work? And the second question is, you said at the beginning that nursing ethics is not an approach, like a principlist ethics is an approach which can be used in different domains. But when I think the topics we discuss environmental ethics, we discuss structures of justice, how we can overcome, couldn't be a way of discovering nursing ethics as an approach for different disciplines in the next decade, maybe, and to transcend the narrow work of nurses?
Maybe if I may start with the second question, I would not develop nursing ethics as an approach. It's the same for medical ethics. Also, medical ethics is not an approach. Medical ethics is using approaches like the principlist approach or the care ethics approach and other approaches. So in the same way, nursing ethics can also use approaches like the principlist approach and the care ethical approach and so on. So what is typical for medical ethics, so these disciplines of applied ethics and also for business ethics, that is that they are linked to a certain professional responsibility. Like medical ethics is focused on ethical issues where the medical field is that are showing up in the medical field. And of course that is more than what doctors are doing. The medical field is part of society, and the same applies to nursing. Nursing ethics is linked to ethical issues where the nursing profession is confronted with, and that is more than just the individual interaction from a nurse with a patient, because nursing is part of a society. So it's much, much broader than the very, very strict nursing interaction. In that way, I agree that we should keep it open and broad enough. But in one or another way, it is linked to the profession of nursing, the profession of medicine, the profession of managers and business and so on. So it is a little bit thematically linked to that. The first question about the role of philosophy for nursing, well, yes, I think philosophy is reflecting on everything. That is the essence of philosophy, and also on nursing practices, because nursing and care is a very important part of our society. So philosophers should reflect on these phenomena. And we have also the journal Nursing Philosophy that is doing that. But I think the main contribution philosophy can bring for nursing ethics is the conceptual clarity. Because philosophy is about concepts and trying to understand concepts on different levels. And that is always important for doing ethics. And therefore, I think I refer to the research on moral distress. Moral distress is a very nice, I would say, phenomenon, but it is becoming a very complex concept. And we need conceptual work to keep clear about what we are talking about. That is the reason why I say moral distress is a nice phenomenon. Yeah. But as a concept, it is becoming really, really complex. And we should be cautious in that research field, that we are still knowing what we are talking about. And their philosophy can help us, I think.
Thank you. Another question?
Thank you for your great presentation. I made a lot of questions, but you answered all of them, so thank you for that. So, but I would like to ask or reflect a bit more that those pathways, we had here 3 theoretical pathways: care ethics, virtue ethics, and relational ethics. And sometimes, as we can see, those relational ethics has been included in care ethics. But in this context, would you like to reflect a bit more those elements of care ethics you would like to highlight in addition those relational ethics issue? So care ethics, what other elements would you like to highlight in this context?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Care ethics, well, but I think the great contribution I experienced from care ethics, or what was for me an eye-opener, was the book of John Tronto from 1993, Moral Boundaries, and how she explained, well, what I also explained a few minutes ago, that concepts like care are not individual, are not phenomena that happens within individuals, but it should be taken into a social context at least. Societal context, global context, the imbalances between these things and so on. So in that book that was explained very, very clearly. So before, for instance, because Carol Gilligan is also care ethicist, but she was, as a psychologist, she was talking about care between individuals. John Tronto is a political scientist, and so she was broadening the perspective and showing how care is a social phenomenon, and that we should take into account these social dynamics. And that is what I learned from her, and that is what we also should do in nursing ethics. Not only focusing on what happens between an individual nurse and a patient or a family member and a doctor and the ethical issues that are there, but trying to understand how what happens there is embedded in a broader organizational, societal, and even global perspective. That is what I learned from care ethics. But there are many, many more things to learn from care ethics. Yeah.
Another question from Daniel.
Thank you, Chris. Very inspiring. I want to follow your last comment or argument according to which we should bridge between the philosophical work and the empirical work. And I have two questions or thoughts evolving from this argument. So the first is whether your model that you presented, or the framework, can tell us more about the relationship between the theoretical pathway and the thematic pathway, because in a way this relationship actually echoes your argument, you know, about this bridge. And the second thought or question that I have is, and not just as an advocate devil, is why should we necessarily bridge between the theory and the empirical stuff? I mean, who benefits from this bridge? I'm not sure, and if I take your example of moral distress, maybe one of the reasons that we can understand your implied or less implied critique of the concept of moral distress is just because of this link that, or bridge that is not fully successful, maybe. So,
yeah, thank you. Well, again, starting from your last question, we need both because ethical issues are really complex and we should try to understand them from different perspectives. And an empirical perspective and a philosophical perspective are different perspectives. That is the reason why in our university, the Center for Biomedical Ethics, all PhD students should have an empirical part and a philosophical part in their PhD. Of course, there can be an emphasis on the empirical part or an emphasis on the philosophical part, but at least they should have a little bit of both. And so I supervise several PhDs in this way, so I experienced several times how inspiring and enriching it is that you have data from these two perspectives, because they are so complementary. We also found that sometimes data from an empirical perspective are confirmed from a philosophical perspective, or the other way around. So then the evidence is much stronger, and then I mean the ethical evidence is much stronger. I refer, for instance, to a study on robotics in the use of socially assistive robotics in elderly care, where we did a focus group study with older adults in society in Belgium. And based on their perceptions, we got really very interesting concepts that could be further explored in a philosophical way. For instance, that technology is not something that comes from nowhere and that we should, at a certain moment, accept. Like, for instance, ChatGPT this morning. You can see, well, it does from nowhere, and now it is here, and we should accept it because it is here. So we have nothing to say about it. That's not right. It is part of our society. And so we, as a society, have a say how we deal with AI. We should not unconditionally accept it. We should not unconditionally accept technology. We should integrate technology in our society in a way that it promotes the quality of life of citizens. That is our aim, and therefore we need legislation, we need political decisions and so on. We need ethics committees that make these regulations and so on. So we have a say about how to deal with technologies. Well, that was an insight that we got from the focus groups in about socially assistive robotics. Also there, we found two ways to deal with them in the citizens, the older citizens. There were people who are saying, well, oh, the robots are here, what I think about this, it doesn't matter, it will be there. I have no say about it. And other people say, no, we should stop it. It's not good, it is the end of humane care, and so on, we should stop it. So that were the two extremes. But when we were talking with these people, there was also a bridge of people who say, no, it is both. It is there, but we have a say how we use it. And that was empirical data. And that was the start of our ethical reflection about how we deal with socially assistive robotics in elderly care. So that was one example how the empirical data and the philosophical data complement each other, enrich each other. So I would say that this is important. And the first question about the empirical, my model, well, the model, the dignity enhancing care model, is especially based on both our empirical and philosophical research. The first pillar is the pillar with the vulnerability. What is the basic experience? I said that vulnerability is the basic lived experiences in nursing. Well, that is what I didn't find in philosophy books. That is what I found in our qualitative research. So this first pillar is fully built on my empirical research. And then you have the care pillar, and then you have the aim, the goal, namely to increase the dignity and respect the dignity of human beings. Well, that is based on my theoretical foundations, personalist ethics, for instance. Personalist ethics says, well, human behavior that promotes the dignity of a human person is good behavior. Human behavior that hinders the promotion of the dignity of a human person is bad behavior. So that is what I learned in my theology studies in the 80s. And that is still there in that model. So that model is really built, and therefore I showed my trajectory, because the model is the result of this trajectory.
Okay, thanks very much, Chris. I'm very conscious of time, but I do have a very quick question. I beg the forgiveness of who's following, but we have a number of junior colleagues here at the moment, and I just wondered if you had any advice for them, looking back, on any tips for them as they develop their careers in terms of working in this space.
In the field of nursing ethics, there are, of course, many advices that can be said, but of course, when I plea for both philosophical and empirical research, and that they should enrich each other, does not mean that every nursing ethics researcher should be an expert in all kind of empirical methodologies and should be an expert philosopher. That's not possible. So you should combine it a little bit, but everyone should develop his own competencies. And if that is what we also do with our PhD researchers, they should have some experience with empirical research, but if they are really philosophical based, then they should develop these capacities more and more, of course. So I would say every junior researcher should develop himself or herself based on what the capacities he or she has.
Thank you. And on that note, I think we should give Chris another round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, so I cannot believe we're at the end of 2 amazing days. Fantastic. I can't see. I need to be taller, I think. Anna Maria will say a few words too. I'll just say a few words to begin and then I'll leave. Anna Maria should have the last word for sure. So, yeah, I'll keep it very, very brief. It's been phenomenal. It's been fantastic. It's just... We've had the most fantastic 2 days here in Genoa. I think, does everyone agree?
Yes.
Good. I hoped you would do that. Thank you. So this really is just a couple of things. So a lot of thank yous, very important. I hope I don't leave anyone out. I should say as well, I've witnessed lots of conversations beginning, and I hope these conversations will continue across cultures. This is very, very important. We're a very special community, and we do a lot of good work to promote excellence in health and social care. We must continue this good work. So many people to thank. First, I want to thank you, the participants. Without participants, we don't have a conference. And I'd like to thank you for your engagement and your many, many positive contributions. You have been fantastic. Thank you very much. And particularly those of you who have stayed right to the bitter end, that's particular. You get special additional points for that, so thank you. I'd like to thank the speakers. So many wonderful, wonderful speakers, all inspiring. A huge thank you to our keynotes. Chris, Marcia Fowler. I will drop Marcia a note after because I've had so much positive feedback. Marcia will have that. Like to thank our plenary panel members. Again, fantastic plenary conversations. I think you will agree. They all worked beautifully together, so thank you. Goodness, the many parallel speakers, thank you. We had so many. I think we had about 80, fantastic. And some of you the first time, and it was wonderful. I witnessed so many, and it was so impressive. I hope you should feel very proud of yourselves. So thank you. And on that, I hope many of you will consider submitting your work to Nursing Ethics, because of course we want very good publications. So please consider submitting your work to the journal. I want to thank my own university, Brunel, who supported me in being here, so I must say that. And then a very special group. I would like the student ambassadors to stand up, please. We have 20... I don't know what the right word is, but bellissimo comes to mind. You've been awesome. And if anyone came to this conference doubting the future of our profession, you do not need to worry when you see these awesome 20 colleagues. So thank you. You have been totally professional, generous, committed, ever helpful, and you've absolutely done what you intended to do, make people feel welcome. So thank you very much. I think your future careers are very, very promising, and I look forward to possibly being cared for by some of you in my later years. So thank you so much. Thank you. You've been wonderful. Thank you. I'd like to thank our interpreters, Sylvia and Valentina. Awesome job. Thank you so much. And you had a very hard job. Some of us spoke much too quickly. I know that, so I do apologize. You've been fantastic. I'd like to thank also the Exeter team, my dear colleagues, Helen, Patrick, and Enrico, for your loyalty and commitment. You've been also fantastic. Thank you so much. And Helen for doing it. I am nearly there. The editorial board of nursing ethics, where would we be? We would not have a journal with an impact of 4.2 if it was not for you. So thank you to the editorial board, to the reviewers of the journal, and to the authors as well. That's a very important community, so thank you all as well. Thank you. Okay, I'm nearly there. Also, in addition to the publications, I'm going to invite our students to get together and write an editorial, a conference report for the journal. So I hope you'll do that. I hope you'll continue your relationship. So if you could submit maybe 500 to 1,000 words in the next, let me see, well, soon. But I hope you will do that, because it'd be nice to get your names in a publication and to collaborate together, because I think you've worked beautifully together, just to say that on the side. Thank you. Nearly there. Before I just thank the Genoa team, just to say next year's conference should be in Toronto, in Canada, which is very, very exciting. Elizabeth Peters sends her heartfelt, she is very, very sorry she cannot be here. She had family illness. So she hopes to host next year's conference. We should have had a Toronto conference before the pandemic, as you know, for most of you. So we will have a conference in Toronto next year, probably September, probably, I need to check. And the theme may be ethics in the workforce. I think you will agree this is a very pressing topic, and we have so much to say. And the word crisis has been used so much, but I think here we've seen lots of positive strategies as well. So I think that's the most likely, so that's really very good. Last but not least, I want to thank the entire Genoa team. You have no idea. I feel quite emotional, actually. It's been such a privilege, because it's now, I think, is it over? It's not over. But I'd like to thank the Genoa team led by Anna Maria. So thank you. Sorry, just name them. So Anna Maria, Giuseppe, Gianluca, Milko, I hope to goodness I've probably forgotten some people. And everyone at Genoa who's made our stay so welcoming, including the catering staff and everybody. It's been, and the IT staff and all the filming, everyone involved. A conference just does not happen with a small group. There's a huge network. So thank you all. It's been absolutely awesome. And I hope our collaboration with Genoa will continue. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anne, you for honoring us and our university with this event, a big event, and a very, very, very good experience. Very thanks for you and for your teams. And wonderful students. Thank you so much.
So sorry for having the last words, I hope not, but dear Anne, this is a moment of gratitude, not only for 30 years of nursing ethics, but also for your leadership. And I have the honor to speak on behalf of the editorial board, of the associated editors, and Elizabeth helped me out, so I will be reading also her words. She sent me, I think, some hours ago. So it's also thanks to your leadership that helped the journal reach its goals, and Elizabeth from Canada, the associated editors, and all the members of the board who are also there have prepared for you, with the help of Jane Lang, a little surprise you will find when you will return at home. But we will give you the first part of it as a sign of gratitude. Yesterday in the board we spoke about impact factors, and in your keynote you described the continuous growth of the journal, and is definitely and in large part a result of your leadership. You became chief editor in 2009, and as a very hardworking and forward thinker with an appreciation for the full breadth of nursing ethics, this is what you showed us yesterday, research and scholarship, you were the decisive impact factor, I would say, for the journal, that helped the journal reach its success. You have been instrumental also in keeping the annual conferences going on and bringing together nursing ethics scholars like this year in this wonderful venue. And for all this, the whole board wants to express our deepest gratitude. So this card is the first part of our sign of gratitude, and the rest you will find it when you will be at home. Thank you very much.
What can I say? Thank you. Amazing. Thank you. So I think we are now free to go. Thank you. What a surprise. And we just want you to enjoy your evening, those of you who are staying over. Some of us are staying in the hotel, so we may go out, might meet you later, but wish you a safe journey home, and thank you all very much. And hope to see you in Toronto next year.